Well, what's up, Francois? How's it going, dude?
Yeah, we talked last night, and I was speaking French, and
Yeah. Are you gonna speak
yeah,
English this time? That'd be pretty nice.
yeah,
That'd be
I
nice
can
for
speak
me.
English all the time. Of course, I
Oh,
can
okay.
speak English.
Sick. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but we spoke a day after that, and
Okay.
we were talking about Ebola, right? Which for me is the scariest virus, and I
Yeah.
was talking about airborne viruses, and
hmm
I guess you told me like Ebola, it was not your field, but it is your field. How, how do you feel if Ebola became airborne and really scary airborne? Because Ebola is airborne
Yeah. I
from
mean, so the thing with Ebola, so I'm not like a virologist. So microbiology is gigantic. So even though I have a PhD in microbiology, I wouldn't say I'm a virologist. So this isn't like my expertise, even though it's so, you know what I mean? It's just, I know something about it, but I don't know enough to call myself an expert in it. But, the biggest thing for Ebola is basically that once you contact it, you die pretty quickly. So that's kind of
exactly,
like the
yeah,
nice part about
exactly,
it. So it's not
yeah,
easily transmitted. So and if you compare that with SARS-CoV-2, where you can spread it without even knowing you have it,
yeah, yeah,
which is a
yes,
lot different.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
obviously, yes. We know Ebola, like when a village get it, they die, or we blocked it.
yeah,
They get
exactly.
blocked. Like the because it could, but if you have Ebola and you go to an airport, right,
hmm
it's gonna be a big real mess. Can we agree
Exactly.
on that?
Yeah.
So it's
Um,
not like COVID.
I think at that point you're like, so once you have it, you get so deathly ill so quickly that people know to quarantine. So I think that that's kind of the idea. At least that's what I understand about it. But yeah, I mean, you're right in that there could be a virus out there that is as deadly as Ebola. Like very easily, right? So that is something that is definitely a concern.
I think it is a concern, and
hmm
especially recent COVID, which last time we talked as well, you said that there were way more death from the COVID than the flu. But I
Yeah.
searched it, and it was 10,000 more per year, which is a lot, but it's not that many.
For who? For Ebola or
From the flu
okay.
and COVID 19. I searched it up because I think you're a smart guy,
Yeah, yeah.
and I searched it from 2004 2025, and it said the flu had the COVID had 10,000 more death, which is not as big as you said. You said it was million more, but
Yeah, it is.
maybe,
It's
yeah,
1.3
I think
million total. Yeah.
no, but in 2024, it's
Oh,
not.
okay. Yeah,
You,
2024. Yeah,
you
let's check it
understand
out. Yeah,
what I'm talking
I don't
about?
know
Yeah.
right after it. Yeah, dude. I lift like 3 times a week and I do jujitsu. So, do you want to spar, Rocky? Is that what you want to do? I'm down, dude. Um,
Wow,
20 COVID deaths USA.
2024.
Okay.
I'm not Rocky,
No, I
but
know he's in chat. He's a guy that got just
oh, okay.
blown
I
out
thought you
yesterday,
were asking.
unfortunately. So he's back for more. But he loves watching. He's always in chat. He
Okay, it's
watches
fine. It's
so
fine.
much. It's really I love it. So he boosts my numbers and by
You
chatting
like it?
and
You like it?
um hey dude, he's a fan. You know what I mean? He's a fan of the stream. So that's cool. I want to make
You
even
think he's
people I
gay?
disagree with, genuinely, even if they disagree with me, which is fine. I want this to be the place that they come. If he has a science question, a legitimate science question, I want him to come and like ask me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
last night you were talking about like losing your job because of Trump.
yeah, I did. Yeah, it's true.
That's not really scientific. That's not really science, though. But I get the pain though. But did was it really Trump? Do you think it's actually Trump that made you?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
it was. Yeah, definitely the tariffs and him withholding the $100 billion of funding, and stopping that unconstitutionally, like is it's directly related to it, man. That's
but you live in a you have you work in a private company, right?
yeah, yeah,
So
exactly.
like Trump doesn't. It's not Trump that fired you. You're
No,
not.
it is because
You don't work.
he didn't give the universities their money, and then the universities aren't paying. There's a lot of companies that sell instruments and sell services to other there's the companies that sell their services to the universities. So the universities aren't doing those contracts anymore. So therefore, they are stopping those. So directly, yeah, it's directly. I mean, it was around for 25 years, man. And then all of a
But,
sudden the tariffs hit, and then Trump like withholds $100 billion, and you think that's just a coincidence?
but you don't work in university. You work in private, so you
I
didn't
know. Yeah. Do you
directly
think that,
target.
that they live all like the universities are an island? You don't think that there's any companies that interact with them?
I think there's a lot of problem in universities right now, but I think that I don't know to say Trump literally fired you. I think
Yeah.
it's an overstretch.
Oh, I mean, oh, hey, what's up, Dr. T? Yeah, I mean, obviously, dude, I would like he didn't directly say that I'm fired. Like that wasn't like I didn't come in and it was Trump that did it. But yeah, it was our CEO and the executive team that's like, yeah, guys, we can't. Oh, Maiden, how's it going? Like, yeah, we can't withstand these tariffs. Tariffs just made all of our stuff more expensive, and all of the people that we had contracts with are not paying us anymore because they don't have the money, and the companies aren't investing capital expenditure in the United States anymore because they don't have that money. So it is a direct impact, dude.
On you, yes, I
Yeah,
believe that. And I feel sorry. I don't feel sorry, but I do feel sorry for you. Like it's sad losing a
okay,
job. It's
sure.
a horrible. But what were you working on?
I was doing host strain development. So basically trying to make yeast strains that could create pharmaceuticals more cheaply and decrease healthcare costs.
So generic medication, basically.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like basically the drugs that need to be produced somewhere. So they need like a yeast host in order to do that. And I was making that yeast host.
I know about generic because like I have depression, so like you could take like not clozapam, but for example, Remeron, and then
Hmm.
there's the real one, and there's the generic one. The generic one is less expensive, so that's what you were working on.
Yeah, we would basically
Since you're very, so
sell. Yeah,
oh, go ahead, sir, go ahead,
yeah,
sir.
dude. It basically the companies would spin off from the universities. They would take patents that they've created, and then they would spin it off into biotechs and that kind of stuff. And that's kind of like there's an ecosystem, a bunch of companies that are created and that reinforce one another and that are helping one another. So when the universities aren't spinning out biotechs and they're not funding those projects in order to spin out more startups because it's extremely expensive and because of interest rates are high and because it's hard to justify. There's so much economic uncertainty right now. They're just not doing that, so they're keeping all the money in the bank as opposed to spending it. So it's directly related to
But
it.
it's the same in Canada. I live in Canada. I'm not
Okay.
French.
Okay.
And obviously generic is cheaper, but now that you have a PhD right now, you could actually
Correct.
go and you do TikToks, you do TikTok lives. Why don't you just go and teach?
They're not hiring. They're not the professors. The professor. Well, one in the United States, you need to do a postdoc. So you need to do like a post PhD time in a university and spend time there, and then that'll basically get you a couple years. Hey, Garrett. Um, and
You need to do a postdoc. I find
yeah.
this kind of unbelievable. So you have a
Mhm.
PhD,
Yeah,
so you
and it's
can
not
go
enough.
and
I
try
know
to
it's crazy. I
teach.
did 7 years as a PhD, and most professors require 4 to 6 years as a postdoc on top of that. So it's incredibly hard. I'm a
Uh,
microbiology PhD. I got it using nanotechnology.
But the thing is, like in Canada, like once you get the PhD, I mean, you can only teach. You need to research as well. I don't know if it's the same in the US. You cannot
Yeah,
just teach. You need to do
it's the
research
same.
as well.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
same.
So they're gonna refuse you right away because you need to do like I guess you're 40, 45.
No,
That's your
38.
age. Okay, well, yeah, 40. But so if you wanted to teach, they would refuse you in the United States of America.
Yeah, because basically they would, I would be applying to associate professors positions, but basically they require you to do a postdoc to 4 to 6 years after um, a, uh, a PhD, so that you basically like sit there in another professor's lab and you just pump out papers without having to go to classes or anything like that. And you get paid not that much, man. I mean, you get paid seventy
No,
thousand
yeah,
dollars
I
a
know, I
year,
know.
and I
That's why
was
it's like
paying at my
PhD.
other one. It's 100,000. Yeah, exactly. There you go, Dr. T. Yeah, assistant, and then you get a full professorship with tenure once it's voted in.
Is that true? Like, I'm not ask ChatGPT, but if this is true, this is pathetic. I mean, you have a PhD.
Hmm.
How many years did you study? Like, you did university, then you did your PhD, which is four
Yeah,
years. No, you did your
7.
master. No, you
No, I
did your
didn't. No, so
master.
in the United States, you just go straight from an undergrad to a PhD. So I did like 5 years at
Okay,
an
maybe that's the
undergrad.
thing. In Canada, you have to do your master, then you get to the PhD. Maybe
Yeah,
that's why my
the
friends
United States
go.
is kind of different in that. That's why it's kind of hard to like skip between USA and European style systems when you like mid program, because you basically have like your the first 2 years of a PhD program are basically the masters, and then you do your research portion, which is equivalent to the PhD in like Europe or anywhere else.
In Canada, my friend is a PhD in geology, and
Hmm.
it's taking forever. Like it's
Yeah,
forever.
yeah. I
Like
got
it's
5 years. I
after he
took
does
five
his
years as an
master, and
undergrad.
then he has to do his PhD, and it's
Hmm.
another like 3 years. Then he has to put paper, and then like if his paper
Yeah,
is wrong, it's horrible. It's a hard thing to do. So
yeah.
in the so
To be
yeah.
a ecology, behavior, and evolution undergrad. I so basically I did 5 years of undergrad, 7 years at a PhD, and then and then I would have to be doing 4 to 6 years as a postdoc, making like $70,000 a year. At the private side, I was making 100,000, but plus a $10,000 bonus. So it's like, there's a lot of money that you kind of get, you lose out there, and it's like you're not guaranteed to get a tenure. It's hard. You have to move like anywhere in the country. It's hard to get those positions. It's very competitive. So it is hard.
So you tell me in the USA, if you have a real PhD, let's say you go back to school, right,
Hmm.
and you become a teacher, you're not gonna find a job.
I can do a community college. That's what I'm looking at right now. Community college. Um, so like that I am looking for those part time, like nighttime jobs. Um, yeah. So I couldn't find 2024, but I looked at this. I'm looking at the
Well,
CDC.
I looked at it like I know it's 10,000 more death. That's the thing. Like
Yeah.
we talked before, and it was like that was my point, and you pushed me off. But I was like, yeah, no, well, I guess I got
Yeah. Yeah.
something, and it was
Let's look at
ten
it.
thousand more than the flu.
Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah,
I'm
that
not a
makes
lawyer.
sense. No, I mean
Like
that's
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to lie. Like
I'm not.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
yeah, no. Yeah. So I just asked ChatGPT 5. So it said, for context, 2023's finalized CDC count was 49,000 deaths, and then did you find 2024 to be 47,000? Is that right? That's what ChatGPT found.
I have to look back because this is 2 days ago, but I
Okay.
could go back. But I believe it was
It,
10.
it,
I asked for 2000,
okay. Yeah, it's hard.
maybe 2024, 2005, but they said like it was 10,000 difference of death. It
Okay.
was somewhat between 35 to 45,000
Yeah.
people, which
Yeah,
is
no,
very bad.
I love fact checking. I genuinely would love people not to believe me and check their own numbers and come with primary sources. I love that. Like that genuinely is an awesome thing. It's all good, man. I thank you for looking at it. I'm gonna since you've been over the time, man. I got to get Gary in here. He's been waiting. Didn't get in
Okay,
yesterday,
but
so
did you check if I was right? Because I know I'm right because I checked it.
okay. Let's see.
Yeah, no, okay.
2023. Oh, Gary,
No,
you
no, no,
dropped
I'm
off
talking to you.
on
Let's go
second,
to
dude.
2024 or 2025. You'll see
Okay.
it's pretty close. And I don't want to annoy you. Annoy you. If I know you, I would speak French, right? Well, I'm not gonna do that.
Mm. Okay, Gary, you're up next, man. You lost in the request though. Can you request real quick? I'm checking
Could
this.
you just check,
I'm
Greg, please?
I'm doing it right now. I'm
Okay,
doing it right now.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Uh,
In the U.S., in the U.S.
yeah. Just thinking. Sorry, I'm gonna think this. So yes, for the 2023 flu season in the U.S., 28,000 with the influenza, 2023 to 2024. So you're right. About like 10 to 20,000 more with COVID dying every year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. That was my point. Like,
Okay.
because
Yeah. This
people
is
think
from the
it's
CDC's
millions,
data.
it's millions and millions, but it's not. It's not. It's basically the flu, but a little more dangerous. But I'll let you
Well, I
go.
mean, when we were talking 30, when we were talking, when we were if we're talking 47,000, I mean, 10,000 more is 20%. That's a lot. That's not just
It
like a
is
rounding
no,
error.
it is bad, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Like, and it's gonna get lower and lower and lower and lower because
Okay.
people are getting immune to it. That's my only point, because people in your thought like millions of people are dying from COVID.
They did.
It's,
They did during the pandemic. They did.
they did. Yeah, yes, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right, sir.
Okay.
But not anymore. But not anymore.
Agreed.
So I'll let you
Agreed.
go. That was my only point. Not
Okay.
anymore.
I agree.
It's like
I
the
agree.
flu. Okay. Have a good night, sir.
All right. Cool. Thanks, man. All right. Let's try to find Gary in here. I know he wanted to talk. There he is. All right, Gary, I sent you an invite. How's everyone doing? Thanks for the gifts. Hi, Nicole. How's it going? Hello. I invited you, Gary. I think that's how I did it. Oh, thank you, Wonder. Thank you. Thank you. Alex Balmer. Oh, was he in last night? I forget. Oh, nice, Golden. Yeah, I love the abstract stuff. I love that. All right, guys. Oh, thank you, Osiris. Yeah, it is. I love the DNA too. It is really cool. I mean, I was looking at science stories to go through, and it just people started coming in so quickly, and I didn't have something pulled up, so I was gonna pull up something right now. Let's see. Um, let's see. I'm pulling it up right now, guys. Hello. Welcome in. Let's see. I think it's. Oh, thank you. You could also, one way that I like to do, let's just do this. Science news, Science Mag is a good one. Science Mag news. AAAS, that is the Americans for the Advancement of Science, AAAS. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. American Association for the Advancement of Science. That's it. That is us, guys. Oh, this is cool. This is microbiology related. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Hot springs hardy microbes offer new sources of antibiotics. You don't say. No way. Is that true? Hey, thanks Democracy. Appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, cool. Always love some microbiology news, huh? Those are always some good ones. All right. The mysterious branch of life known as archaea harbor a unique bacteria-fighting compound. Archaea, microbes that make up the least known branch of the tree of life, also like the last to be added. It's actually crazy. They like completely rewrote the entire tree of life in order to bring in archaea. Are home of a trove of leads for new antibiotics, according to a pair of reports out this week. Renowned for their ability to thrive in extreme environments such as boiling hot springs and salt flats, archaea also exists alongside bacteria in many environments. That's why they were so hard to find. Basically, they were getting, they thought that they were just bacteria for the longest time. Now, two groups suggest the proximity may have prompted hundreds of species of archaea to evolve unique chemical defenses, such as some of which kill bacteria that can sicken people and are resistant to conventional antibiotics. These are really good bacterial defense mechanisms that we have used recently. What's the big bacteria defense mechanism that has completely taken biology by storm? Who's going to get it first in chat? The bacterial defense mechanism that we have used as a tool recently. Who's going to get it first? Who's going to say it? You've all heard about it. You've all heard about it. Enzyme disruption? No, it's a tool. It's a technology. CRISPR, exactly. Yep, that's it. CRISPR is a bacterial defense mechanism that they use in order to cut out pieces of DNA that are invading. And so this is a big thing. This could be the next CRISPR, which, that's basically what they're alluding to. There's like, what is it? CRSP or something? The CRISPR Therapeutics is probably the best one. I don't invest into any biotechnology company stocks. They're so risky. So I wouldn't do that. But yeah. Although the archaeal compounds remain far from proven medicines, the findings underscore that these microbes may wind up becoming a rich vein for antibiotic explorers. The papers published in Nature Microbiology, one of the leading microbiology publications in the world, and PLOS Biology, which is good. PLOS is an open source biology thing, so we could probably look at that too. Are marvelous, says Jim Collins, a bioengineer at MIT, focused on antibiotic discovery. I'm surprised we hadn't looked at archaea before. Like, well, I think we had, but maybe it's not in this specific way. Is that what he's talking about? Once thought to be bacteria themselves, kind of like what we were talking about, right? They had to completely redo the tree of life for these guys. Archaea are now recognized as a separate domain of life based on genetic and biochemical differences with bacteria and eukaryotes, which include fungi and multicellular life. I think my baby girl is outside my door right now. I'm dad mode right now. Mom's at work, so I might have to go for a second. Yeah, she is. 1 second, guys. Oh, what's that? Look at this. Look at this. Oh, there's you. Hi, say hi. Hi. Hi, everyone. What's your name?
Later.
Eliza?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
What?
Why'd I put the lights on? Well, yeah, because the lights make it look cool in here. Do you like it? Oh, they're saying hi. Hello. So cute. Oh. What's the hearts? The heart says that they like it. They like you and they think you're very pretty. You want to put the dress on? Okay. Okay. Here we go. Whoa. Oh.
It's a baby.
You had a baby? Oh my gosh. Here we go. What costume is this?
Let go.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Can you sing?
Let it go. Let it go like that.
Can't open back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway. It's funny how some distance makes everything feel small. The fear that once controlled me can't capture me at all. That's a flower. I'm free. Let it go. Let it go. Can't hold it back anymore. Let it go. Let it go. Don't care what they go to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. All right. Not right now, sweetie. You're okay with no baba? Okay. All right. I love you. Mommy's at work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Love you. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. You're so nice. She saw everyone's hearts and she was like, "Oh, thank you, Dr. T. Thank you." Yeah. I was a microbiologist, strain engineering. Yeah, Garrett. 1 second, bro. 1 second. Jesus. Oh man, yeah. That's my youngest of 4. She just turned 3, and yeah, dude, we're 8, 6, 4, and 3 right now. They're all going to be odd numbers. It's coming up. What's
Greg,
up, Garrett?
you've been getting busy, huh?
Yeah, dude, we're 18 months apart, all of our kids. So we just one after another. We got rid of it. Got
Reminds me of
through.
my kids, Greg. Reminds me of my kids. They grow up fast. Don't blink, Greg. I'll tell you what, from personal experience, they'll grow up real fast.
All
But
right.
I was doing some homework today, and I
Okay.
got sidetracked by that I heard everyone's saying college is a scam. What do you think
Yeah.
about that?
I mean, dude, it's mostly an ideological war. I mean, that's the problem, is that it's Republicans that are saying that, and it's like, and the rich Republicans that have the money, they're not sending their kids to like plumbing school like they're telling you to do. They're actually buying their way for the kids to get into whatever university they can. So the it's a university is a great place to fail at different things and figure out where you kind of fit in the world. That's the benefit of it. So like,
But
let's say, what's up? Go ahead.
most kids who get their degrees don't even use them. That's it. Just
No, it's up to
baffles
you,
me.
brother. That's up to you.
Well,
Like you
I know,
you
but
can be like
isn't it
whatever
a
you want.
problem? Isn't it a problem when most of the kids in this country go to school and they don't end up using their degree, and then they end up in hundreds of $1,000s of debt?
Is that going to be you?
Fuck no, I ain't going to
Oh,
college.
okay. Well, that's then why would then
I'm just saying it's a problem. These kids are being
no.
indoctrinated by the left
Yeah,
to say
exactly. And that's what I
they're
was talking about at the
taught that
beginning,
they
right? It's like it's an ideological war. So yeah, that's kind of when your predisposition is that it's like you don't want to educate people because you want to keep them trapped in like some cage ideologically. It's like that then
you know I
that's what happens.
The colleges are only used to indoctrinate the youth and teach them leftism and fascism, and
Then why are
you
the
know,
rich Republicans putting all their kids in school?
because they don't have to pay back that debt.
But if they was just turning them into liberals and being a complete waste of money, then
Nope.
why would they
They're
spend the money?
going to Christian universities.
They're not though, dude.
Can you give me an example?
USC is the biggest one where rich people are just paying their way in, and that's not a Christian
Do
university.
you have like a person? No? Okay, that's all right, Dr. Greg.
USC? USC was mired in an admission scandal
I'm
where
sure.
they had
For your PhD, you needed info, didn't you? You needed credited info, didn't you?
to get into there.
It's kind of like what's his name?
Yeah, dude, I went to community college and then I transferred into UCSD. So, it was like a couple of years of really, good education. Actually, the instruction at community college is so tailored to you and they're so nice, and smaller classes. Like, I genuinely do think that the instruction is actually likely a little bit better, because they're not focused on research. At a university, professors are mostly focused on their own research, and then they have to teach. They only teach because they want to. You grab beers with professors and they're like, oh man, I can't believe I have to teach this quarter. This sucks. They're not saying like, oh man, I can't wait to talk about it. So it's, it's the unfortunate reality, man. That's how science is done.
That's true. I could have went to college. I got a very, very high SAT score. I did good on all those.
How old are you? You can still go back. What do you mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
dude, I failed out of community college because World of Warcraft came up. I was playing WoW until like 6 or 8 a.m. and then trying to do the 10 a.m. opening shift at Best Buy so then I could get off earlier so that I could play more World of Warcraft. And I got canned. Like, a new store manager came in and just axed me because I was like showing up too late. And so I failed out of community college, and then it was genuinely, dude, it was a turning point in my life. And I'm sitting there in my car after being fired, and I am like, I had a bunch of money, that I had just spent on this new computer, and I had, and then I'm sitting there going like, I have nothing actually to show for my time spent at this job.
Wait, I don't mean to interrupt.
And the importance then was really instilled into me of education, because you're actually investing into yourself. It's an investment into your own brain, and nobody can take that away from you. That's the biggest thing. People can take money from you. Your money can go away, but nobody can take your degree from you. Nobody can take what you learned from that.
That's a good cover up for wanting to go back to college for those sorority girls now, Greg. I get your gig.
All right, next one, dude. You can cue again, bud.
Wait.
All right, Business Wolf. Business Wolf, what's up, man?
I'm doing great. Good, Greg. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Good.
So first, let me just make one statement about your last guest. Part of the point of going to college is to do some critical thinking. That's what I enjoyed about college the most. The university I went to, you could believe anything that you wanted to believe, but you needed to be able to defend it and defend it with some intelligent reasoning and logic. And I think that's one of the biggest things that you get out of college.
For sure.
And critical thinking, which I think was missing, but nonetheless, my next question, are you concerned about the current state of the country when it comes to potential epidemics and who we have at the helm right now? If something critical really breaks out, are you concerned at all, or do you feel like we've got enough safeguards in place
No, I mean, maybe Trump won, maybe, but like now everyone's capitulating, everyone's bending the knee, every institution has been completely gutted. There's no people at the CDC. We have no bird flu monitoring done. We're not doing any population genetics of coronaviruses in bat caves in China anymore. We're completely isolated from the world scientifically. In terms of that, we have no diplomacy working with these countries in order to share information. Like we are in an awful spot, genuinely.
Yeah, and so that was, again, medicine is not my field, or chemistry. I'm a part-time geek with a lot of different things, but it really felt like we have a whole flank, if you will, of the country, right? The health side of the country that is completely uncovered. And it just really concerns me that, we're going to get hit. There's something that's going to pop up and just run amok, and we don't have any type of leadership in place to deal with it. And so when I saw your live, I thought, well, it's a good time to ask somebody that's probably got more information on it than I do.
Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, I mean, I got laid off because we are completely we're divesting from science as an institution in the United States. So, we're losing companies that have been in the United States for 25 years, that are solid companies, but tariffs are pushing them out. The $100 billion that he's unconstitutionally freezing from these universities is trickling down into private companies that are having to shut down. So it's everything. It's everything all together. And then there's also the monitoring aspect of like the CDC that's completely gutted. Climate change is a banned word. You can't even do ecology research if it's related to climate change at all. The executive order that was just put out last week said that you can't even do research in the United States unless it personally aligns with Trump's personal goals. So, we can't do any type of like natural zoonotic spread research and population genetics of coronaviruses of China, because that shows that lab leak conspiracy is completely unsubstantiated and a complete farce. But he mentions that specifically, actually, because they're using that to manufacture consent in order to retreat from the world. And yeah, man, it's an ideological war that's happening right now.
Let me ask you one more question. Let's see, my
Sure.
clock is ticking here. So let's roll forward the clock a little bit and say we're able to rebalance this thing in another year and a half, and then again at the presidential, and we're able to kind of figure out normalcy again to some degree. How long do you think it will take us to be able to get our systems back in place, assuming we haven't undergone some type of catastrophic event that really sets us back? How long will it take us to build it back?
Hard to say. The best analogy is within the United States, when the United States was the leader in photovoltaic technology in the 1970s. We had a huge investment in that. We were the leader in making the technology, having the technology here, and Reagan completely gutted that entire sector. And then all that technology transfer went over to China. Manufacturing started over there. And then it really wasn't until the last 10 years that really photovoltaics got super, super cheap within the United States. So, between 1980 and 2015, that was, 35 years in order for that one specific sector to go. So, the problem is that research and design can be really long. So for example, CRISPR took 20 years in order for bacterial defense mechanisms to be studied to the point that we could actually spin it off as a technology. And so it's, once we stop that, if we stop that, where does it go? It's going to go into other countries. Other countries are going to take this and run with it. They're going to siphon people off. So people, just kind of like how photovoltaics went to China. Thank you. They, the other technology is going to be going to other places. So within the United States, it's going to stall for a couple decades probably, but other places it's going to keep going, man. And that's the shame, that we have retreated as a country from being a leader in technology. And it's crazy. I mean, I thought it was so self-evident and so how can anyone not understand that Silicon Valley, the silicon chip, the GPS, the internet, all these technologies that we revolutionized and created here since really it was the 1950s until now. That was so self-evident that that's the reason why the United States was the leader an economic driver. And
that kind of, and I'm gonna be respectful of the time and
oh,
drop
you're
off,
good,
but that
bro.
kind
It's
of brings
just
us,
Garrett. You're good, man.
yeah, that kind of brings us back full circle to your other guest, because I think he's
Yeah.
a good example of exactly why people do not get what you're saying and what we're actually losing. And it's probably his generation that's going to suffer the most, because it's we're doing damage to the country in a way that they just don't get. And part of the reason they don't get it is because there's no critical thinking and reasoning happening at certain levels and on certain sides of the fence, if you will. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Is if I don't, if it's the reason, and I'm not going to go any further down this
Mhm.
path than just two steps,
Mhm.
but it is the exact reason why slave owners didn't want slaves to be educated.
Yeah.
Critical thinking and reasoning, and then you start having a problem.
No, you're
And they
exactly
don't
right.
realize that it's the exact same thing that's happening, and which is why they're attacking the universities. If we
Mhm.
can lower the overall IQ of the American public, they're easier to control.
It's
So,
absolutely true. I mean, it's the same reason why they're attacking the reason for this is, to your point, man, the reason for this is DEI, right? They said that like
right.
the fact that we had studied institutional racism as being a real thing that actually happened in the United States, that was the premise to remove all of science education. So like, because there was woke ideology being taught, then that somehow you have to remove all science spending. So it's like
Right.
it's just insane. But obviously, like me making yeast and that made drugs cheaper and stuff like that had nothing to
Right.
do with DEI. Everyone, like,
Right.
just to let you know. So
Yeah.
we weren't doing anything DEI related, but the premise is that, and that's how people are sold. Just like how, for example, it's sold to people that we're just gonna kick out illegal immigrant jobs. Those jobs are going away. But in reality, American jobs and American companies with American patents and American manufacturing are going away. So those
Right.
companies are going under, and they're still coming in, guys. Like
Well,
they're still coming in.
that was the other thing. I was in another live, Greg, that I was so, and this guy he was making the argument that the immigrants were still in American jobs, still in American jobs. And the point that I tried to make to him, that I don't know if he ever got, is that our country has evolved. We started out agricultural based. Then we moved to manufacturing, which is
Mhm.
why you had all the manufacturing cities, Milwaukee, Chicago, big plants and things like that. From there, we moved on to technology. We sit behind desks now. We sit behind desks and look at computers. You're not going to get us to go back into the field, back to an agricultural state. That's not an absolute, right? There are certain people that farm. We have a lot of farmers in the country. But as a whole, the country has progressed beyond that point in our growth and evolution. And it's just not going to happen. So, it is what
Yeah.
it is. Listen, Greg, I'm going to be respectful of your other guest, dude. I will
Okay.
definitely be
Thank
back. I
you.
got to follow on.
Cool. Thank
And
you. I appreciate that.
yeah, anytime you need somebody to chat with, just give me a shout. I'll come up with you.
Cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, you're always welcome to request and join up too. That was a really nice conversation. Thank you, man.
Appreciate it, Greg. Have a good one, buddy.
Okay, my baby girl is right outside. I just need to go dad mode and pause this live for like 2 minutes, and then I will be right back, guys. Be right back. Awesome. Thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you guys. We're back. Thank you. Yeah, I had to dad mode. So priorities, guys. Thank you for yeah. You're good, dude. You're next. All right. Let's do it.
How you doing, Dr. Greg?
What's up, dude?
I had a discussion that I like to talk about. Are you aware about the reintroduction of wolves back in Colorado?
Yeah.
Well, what are your thoughts on that? You think that's good or bad?
So the idea is that it creates like an apex predator, and apex predators have a huge impact on ecosystem health. So it increases overall productivity of the entire ecosystem. So yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Well, is it a good idea when my uncle owns a ranch up there in Silverthorne and they're eating my dang cows, my uncle's cows?
Mm-hmm.
Those wolves are ravaging farms. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if it gets to a point, huh?
I mean, so like sharks kill like surfers. So do we just like hunt all sharks to extinction?
Well, no, because sharks aren't they're not killing cattle.
Oh, so you're saying that it's okay to eat a human, but we should kill all wolves because it eats a cow?
I mean, humans are going into their environment, so these cattle are
exactly. And we went into the wolves' environment too, man.
Well, it's our environment too.
No, I mean human health is tied to environmental health, man. They're one and of the same. People like to separate them, and it's not true. So we need a productive ecosystem in order to survive as humans on the world. I mean, so there's things called ecosystem services, which are basically like how like nitrification of the nitrogen gas in the atmosphere to bring it down and to make it bioavailable. There's like pollinators that happen, insects that allow plants to be spread. And I mean, there's huge things. The entire economy is built on that idea. So having a wealth of diverse and populated ecosystems is good. So any type of like wolf, like, dude, you can figure out ways to protect your stuff without like having to kill all the wolves, man. Like that's ridiculous.
Done.
Yeah, that's again, that's like such wussy, man. Like you're such a wussy if that's how you're just being a wuss, man.
You're a wuss protecting your farm and your
with a gun? Like what? There's no other way that you can you can't build a fence. You guys are all into fences. Like what happened to building a fence, building a wall?
You think a fence is stopping a wolf, Greg?
What? You don't think you can build a wall?
If that wolf was to touch one of my dogs, I would be going to prison for what I would do to that wolf.
I know. You'd probably have your way with it, and I know it's like you and Trump love to have your way with small things, but that's not what we do. So we kind of build a wall, get used to it, and chill out with it.
I mean, did the wall keep in the illegals? Nope, it didn't.
Well, it still hasn't. They're still coming in, bro. They're still coming in. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Why do we need wolves if there's already bears and pumas?
Because bears are almost going extinct too, man. Grizzlies are being hunted to extinction.
Not in Colorado, Greg. Not in Colorado.
Are they already dead? I mean, do you understand how much biodiversity the humans have killed in the last 10,000 years? It's been insane.
I mean, we're the apex predator on top. I mean,
no. Apex predators don't cause themselves to go extinct.
We're causing us to go extinct. How?
Humans? Yeah, we are causing our own extinction event. Yeah.
How?
Because we're not living sustainably on the land. We are taking more resources and polluting the land so that it's uninhabitable for humans in the next million years, man. It's
a million years.
Do you think humans are going to be around?
We'll probably be on Mars if Elon Musk can pull through.
Okay. So let's go through this. Okay. We're going to take the same technology that we have here, and we're going to leave the planet that we evolved to live on. And we're going to take the same polluting technology that we built on this place, transport it to Mars where we didn't evolve, and we're going to bring the same waste polluting technology, and what do you think is going to happen on Mars?
Wait, so Greg, what should we use for energy? What's your
It's a really
nuclear?
good question. So there has to be you basically want to, this is why renewable and sustainable energy technologies exist. That's what it is. That's what it means to be renewable and sustainable. Sustainable means that you are not having to constantly like clean up the waste of something so that it's not polluting the thing that we're using. Renewable means that you don't constantly have to put fuel into something in order for it to come. So for example, like nuclear is really cool, man. Nuclear is really cool. They're in the single digits and of waste, by using breeder reactors and everything like that. But it's not a renewable resource yet. Maybe in one day, maybe with fusion, but fission isn't there. So you have to have basically like solar and wind arrays, and you have to have nuclear for highly dense cities in order to help bridge those gaps. You need to have geothermal. You have dams.
I don't trust those damn fast reactors. Tell you what.
Okay, I mean that's fine. So what do you? So then, what do you trust?
If I trust what we're doing, coal. Like I don't know what coal. Coal is the most efficient.
Okay,
it's the most efficient, Greg. I'm being honest.
You're not, dude. You're just trolling again.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah,
is coal not the most efficient?
No, it's awful, dude. What are you talking about? You're talking about mountaintop renewable as a sustainable energy?
No. I mean, you don't need to hire 1,000 nuclear engineers to run it's coal.
Do you think that there's a limited amount of coal in the world?
No, because as a scientist, you should know no matter cannot be dissolved, Greg. It can only be changed.
Okay.
So
I'm sure you're the only. I'm gonna send that to all the engineers that I know. I'm sure they haven't had that realization yet.
It's about climate change. Is that what you're talking about? Like destroying the Earth, or
do you think that humans are negatively impacting the environment?
No, I do not, because I think
you have a lot of learning to do then.
Well, because I have my opinion. I think that
that's not an opinion.
I think that dinosaurs emitted more CO2 than we do today.
Okay, how would you measure that?
Ask your scientist friends. It's scientists.
How would you measure it?
I mean, I do believe in climate change. So are we on the same? Are we on the same square there?
Okay. You think it's naturally occurring? So you're naturally occurring cycles. Okay. How would you test where and how the atmosphere CO2 came from? How could you test that?
I don't. You have to look at it. Probably how they look at like how old the fossils are. They look inside.
Yeah. Radiometric dating. Yeah. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. Good job. Yeah, that's exactly how it. Yeah.
I do believe in climate change.
Okay, but okay. So let's think, dude. Let's think. Okay, so we have carbon that we have in the fossil fuels that we've taken from 500 million year old algae and plants that are all mushed together, and then we take out the oils, and then we use it for gasoline, and then we put it up into the air. So the human derived combustion engine CO2 molecules, what date are they going to match?
A long time ago, like the dinosaurs.
Exactly, the 500 million year old thing, and we can do that. They match the date. The carbon in the ground that's 500 million years old has the same markers and isotopes as the CO2 that we've just combusted into the air. So we can look at ice core samples, because the hexagonal shape of how ice freezes, there's actually a little piece of like atmosphere that's trapped in there. So we can actually carbon date like year after year. So we know like the atmospheric like ratios going back for a really, really long time, man. And we know that we are dramatically impacting the amount of CO2. That is like, it's by us, for sure. We know that there are times in our history as an Earth, there are times that CO2 ppm was higher. Okay, that is true. But the big difference is that humans weren't alive then. And we are in a kind of weird spot where those natural cycles that are happening, we kind of need to not do that, where we are going up and down, having massive ice ages. That would be cataclysmic for the entire world. So we kind of have to have stasis where we're not doing that anymore. And that's kind of the conundrum, kind of like how wildfires are actually extremely beneficial for an environment, but we don't want wildfires ravaging our cities. We know that there are natural cycles in the climate, but we also know that we are doing things to exacerbate it to a point that we have no idea what's going to happen.
Well,
Does that make sense?
That was a very enlightening take. I'll say I
Okay,
I
sweet.
get
Thanks, man.
but yeah, but
Okay, all right. I gotta
the
get Nico
wild
in, but you can come in
one more
again.
thing, one more thing.
Okay, you can come in again. Okay, it's been.
Wildfires. Tell that to the Hollywood residents. I don't think they'd appreciate that wildfire comment.
I said it's not good. We don't want wildfires ravaging our cities, but
I thought you just said they were good.
they are good. But they are good for the environment. It's just that it's because
but fuck the people, right?
No, because what happens is that nutrients get trapped in old detritus, and you kind of need to replace that that's old detritus.
My cattle, my dogs, and my people don't matter. I got it.
Okay,
that sounds good.
You're just trolling now. Okay, I'm gonna get Nico in.
Not trolling.
Nico, what's up, dude? How's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Good, man.
I have hope for Garrett, actually. I think we can convert him into a scholar with a good year.
Dude, he's like the troll kind of like drops, he's just a kid, man. He's having fun, so people need to not take him so seriously, and I don't either. And dude, when I was his age, I was constantly trolling online too, I was not taking things seriously. But the idea that I think that if he had a legitimate science question, he would come here, and I think that's the whole point. So
nice. I wanted to kind of push back a little bit on the it does feel like the world is ending, especially nowadays.
Sure.
But I am hoping that some of this technology that we're building, whether it's AI or whether it's, I don't actually know if blockchain is going to help. I think blockchain might just be fuel on the fire, but I'm hoping that there is an autocatalytic innovation revolution that we undergo, right? Where we can transition from a type 0 civilization to a type 1 civilization, where we're controlling the energy of our biosphere, and we can control the temperature of it. Even though I've seen what climate scientists are saying, and there's this kind of point of no return with is it 300 ppm of CO2?
Yeah. I mean, dude, this is actually one of my hottest takes. I will be honest with you.
All right, let's hear it.
So the problem with focusing on CO2 ppm and is that I'm an ecology major. Okay. So I care. There's two metrics that we know that are tied fundamentally to ecosystem health. And that is the diversity, the amount of species there are. So the diversity of species in an ecosystem, and the amount of organisms that of those populations. Exactly. Biodiversity and genetic diversity is what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And the problem that is happening is that we are having a mass extinction event before the CO2 ppms really reach those levels.
Yeah.
And so wetlands, this is a crazy stat, guys. I'm telling you, this is insane, but it's true. We are extincting entire biomes, and 90% of wetlands that have ever gone extinct have gone extinct within the last 50 years. So that isn't because of some CO2 ppm. Maybe it has, maybe a small percentage of it has, was maybe they're on that razor edge and it went one way or the other because of that. But it's because humans like to live near the oceans or rivers, and that's where wetland habitat is. It's from human impact. It's not from CO2 ppm. And what happens is we focus on CO2 ppm erroneously because what happens is it's a global metric. I think at the nation level and internationally, absolutely we do CO2 ppm. We should focus on that. That is something that we need to have like caps on, and that is absolutely what we should be focusing on. But us as individuals in our cities, we should have climate action plans that focus on intact environments, not creating archipelagos of nature, but actually having those nature things connected, because so you can have migration happen, and you can have the abundance of species happen. That is where you actually focus your
Right.
energy. For us, it shouldn't be CO2 ppm.
I agree. And I once went to a talk where a scientist said that the Earth is a chaotic system. And so when you disrupt it, you almost can't reverse it, right? It cascades into its own chaos. But as far as the ecosystem goes, right, we've successfully increased the carrying capacity for humans. And I think that means that, we've overfished or eaten animals,
Oh, yeah.
etc. And there's huge issues there. But it seems like, natural evolution has taken us to this point where we're making silicon-based intelligence, right? And we're here for a reason, right? Entropy and everything has driven us to this point. And there's this very interesting social Darwinism where we have idiots running the country, running the most powerful country in the world, right? And like,
Sure.
I look at Mexico and I'm like, dang, how did they get a PhD president? Like, I want a PhD president, right? Like,
Yeah.
but I am kind of optimistic that the pendulum will swing the other way. And that scene in Apollo 13 or Apollo 13, the movie where they're like, all right, you need to figure out how to fit this round filter into the square hole, right? And all you have is this equipment. Like, I feel like scientists haven't had that moment where we can all kind of, get together and work on something. So I'm kind of waiting for this catalyst, but because I think scientists are the superheroes of society, right? And so I'm kind of hoping that. But I tend to have a more optimistic view, although I know the signs are fairly negative.
Yeah, man. I think we have to have a different approach for sure in our politics. I think, dude, I don't know. I love the idea that we could even talk about climate change and actually have a discussion about fixing problems like that. I long for the days that we could actually think about that again. I'm honestly so black-pilled though. What really pisses me off is what genuinely makes me really mad is all the people that I look to in the media, and I was dedicating my life to climate change, and there was so many people that were so revved up about climate change, guys. They were full on authoritarian. Like, we can't wait any longer. We need to take over. Like, democracy isn't good enough. We have to take over the government. This is a political revolution. Like, this is the biggest issue that we need to deal with. We were talking about the extinction of the humans, and I'm like, okay, authoritarianism is that's a little strong, but I understand it is the extinction event that is kind of big. And then Biden passes the biggest climate change bill that's ever existed. We had $500 billion in infrastructure and Inflation Reduction Act and good jobs, and nobody cared. Not a
Yeah.
single person cared. You didn't have anyone in the election talking about it. You didn't have any of those same people talking like and drumming him up and being like, man, like we need to spend this money. Like, good job, Biden, for passing this. This is incredible. Good job, Democrats. But like, let's spend this money now. It was, oh, Biden hasn't done anything. Biden's never passed any of the laws. Biden's a do nothing president, and these are coming from like Democrats, or it's honestly lefties online that are like so embarrassing sometimes, as a
Yeah.
lefty myself, like this is coming from my own people. It is embarrassing, to have people not recognize like what actually happened. And like, we had it, guys. Like, we actually did have it. We had that bill with $500 billion spent. And instead of pressuring the Democrats to do anything, people refused to recognize that anything was even done. And now where are we at? We're at a place where 400 billion, only 100 billion of it was spent, and then 400 billion of it that was for economic development, climate change research, all that kind of stuff, all went to tax cuts for the billionaires. That's where a lot of the credits came from in order to make it even, like, it's I can't, the rage isn't strong enough. You just bottle that, and that is a nuclear reactor. I'm so mad.
You know what though? I feel like things need to get bad. So like, if in 2020, if the virus melted your face off completely, like you were just this melted puddle of tissue, there would be no anti-vaxxers, dude. They would all be turning to scientists and saying, please prevent my face from melting off, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we detected an asteroid, that was a year from hitting Earth, like I think there would be a very big shift in perspective towards astrophysicists and astronomers and astronauts, etc. So I kind of feel like things need to shit really needs to hit the fan.
Yeah.
I feel like stuff has been too good, but I don't know. That's my perspective. But yeah, it is something that I try to keep a positive outlook on it, even though shit is crazy. But anyways,
I agree with you, man. Like, I do hate the accelerationists talking point, because it really is like sometimes you just don't get things back, and that's kind of like, and I hate that idea. But I get what you're saying. Like, I get the, like, what is anyone doing? Why isn't anyone doing anything kind of stuff? But I mean, we're chilling. Anyone's welcome to join. That's the queue's empty. So Nico's a homie, so we're just chilling, talking. So if anyone wants to actually like jump in, you can.
yeah, you got George in here too, by the way. He's like a huge physics creator on this platform.
Oh, really? Oh, cool, man. That's awesome. Thanks for watching. Cool. Well, thank you for
Yes.
hopping in, Nico. I guess someone just came in. So
For sure. One last thing I'll say is I think
yeah.
you would make an awesome community college professor. My
Thanks, man.
my best professors have been community college professors. They've changed my life. So I think the impact is huge in that position. As opposed to, like, I've had university professors who just never even knew my name, right? But I still have community college professors that send me emails from time to time. So
Nice, man.
yeah, man, thanks a lot. I'll talk to you soon.
Dude. Thank you. All right. Cool, guys. Let's see here. All right. We got Brooke. I accepted Brooke. Well, she's joining right now. Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, hi. I'll come on screen in just a minute. Thanks for having me.
Okay, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want.
It's nice to talk to somebody who is interested in talking about a life of the mind and has
cool.
a nice manner with people, and that is really top of mind these days, especially in this very anti-empathic and anti-intellectual culture that I'm facing daily, and I'm scared out of my mind.
Yeah, it's very toxic, isn't it? I totally agree.
I mean, every day I get hate comments talking about love, empathy, emotional intelligence, spiritual groundedness, a conscience, a code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just on a live where this person was feigning to be a money person for somebody in the music business.
Mm.
And he pulls this young girl on. And I'm a former librarian, and I was mostly children's. I have a very colorful life, too. That sounds kind of like Molly Milquetoast, but I haven't had that kind of life. So he's yelling at this girl who is young from Australia to sing like she's scared as if her family's life is depending on it. I'm going, oh my God, this is sounding terrible.
That's
yes.
awful.
And there's right now human trafficking going on that I've experienced in Chicago, a very wealthy area of Chicago. And I'm like, oh my God, is this person? And then I'm like, is my mind playing tricks? But I sense things to the point where I'm usually right. And I'm just about to come on screen. I was on a leadership team in Evanston, where Northwestern's located, and where the reparations for the United States started for Black people. Okay. And the person that I was on the team with, Robin Rue Simmons, who started the reparations, one time I was on a ride along with the police because that was part of our training. And I was picking out all the people that were the bad people. I'm like, that one's a problem, that one's a problem, that one's a problem. Yeah. They're like, how do you know? I sense things, like hairs go up on the back of my back. I feel it in my stomach. I feel it in my chest. And I got that feeling tonight. And it felt creepy. It was like creepy.
Okay.
And this guy yelled at me about my singing. My ex-husband was in the music business, like playing with the greats of jazz. So to tell me my singing sucks took me about a half hour. Would have used to have taken me days to get out of this. But like, that's how you talk to someone. And like, I'm restarting my whole life, like friendship, love, and business. I'm not married anymore.
Okay.
And like, I face this and I think about, we have such a mass problem in this country with a loneliness epidemic.
It's true.
You know, and this was stated by our former U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, in an 82-page report. So 170 million of us have 0 to 2 friends. And this was from 2023, and it's worsened. And I was embarrassed about talking about it, but I'm like, well, if there's 170 million people, that's half the country.
Yeah.
So, like, how do you do business? How do you make a friend? How do you fall in love? Like, it starts with friendship.
Yeah.
Like, how do you, and then I'm looking at the overlays, like Scott Galloway at Columbia University is talking about the intimacy recession.
Sure.
And there's very few white men, married or like yourself, or single, who are sticking up for us women. It's abso-freaking-lutely terrifying.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, getting a date, I don't even know how you would do that. I wouldn't do it on an app. Yeah. Like, even taking out the scary stuff, 1,000 swipes by the data and by my own personal experiences gets you 5 potentials. 4 will ghost you and 1 might be a date. So 1/10 of 1%.
How do you think
put people in a shopping cart?
How do you think we could like increase like the compassion in our culture? Because like I always see it as a sign of strength, like compassion as like helping someone up, giving someone a hand to help them up, as opposed to, I feel like culturally it's like seen as like alpha or strong in order to push people down. And it's like
I hate that.
That's very insecure to me. That's actually a sign of insecurity.
Speaking for almost every woman in America that I've talked to, unless you're one of those women who talks about, this really creeps me out when people talk about body count. I'm like, you're gross. But like, it's disgusting. I don't want, like, I'm a very, that's for me and that man. Like, I'm not that kind. I think it starts with modeling what you're doing, what people like Gavin Newsom is doing. Like, he should be president right now. I'm ready. I'm ready to sign the divorce papers. I'm not married to the United States anymore. This is what a nasty divorce looks like. Narcissistic, coercive control, domestic violence. This is what it looks like, speaking from personal experience. So it's gone, that narcissistic abuse, coercive control, domestic violence has gone from homes to schools to communities to businesses to the federal government. That's what this is.
Exactly.
And if more men like you speak up and say, nope, we're not, this is a room for safety, for love, for compassion, for emotional intelligence, a conscience and code of conduct, and hold the line, or my governor, Pritzker. I love Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker I've met him. Everybody I know him, who knows him, he's a good man. Steve Sarowitz, who he has a film company and he owns Paylocity. He's already done the Giving Pledge. He's Jewish and Baha'i. And Wayfair is the highest level of the Baha'i, where you've relinquished all your stuff. So when I met him, this guy said to me, I came to his thing, and I'm like, okay, I'm talking to a guy, and he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
But he's not like that. This is what he said to me. He said, I am a theologian, and my wife is the philanthropist. And this was after I said, and I knew, like, I could totally blow this, and I really didn't want to. Yeah. He's like 7 feet tall, and he's Jewish and Baha'i. I said, it's bullshit, this wealth cap. I'm at his film opening, and I say this. So he looks at me dead on, and he says, I agree with you. And then he said something extremely humble, had your similar manner, and he said, I'm working to change that. He's doing spiritual philanthropy with his foundation, which is near the world headquarters of the Baha'i, which is about 5 minutes from me. So if you all, like when I hear from people in my gospel choir saying, we're sitting this one out, we've been there already, which means slavery. And Brooke, shut your mouth. We can't talk about nuclear weapons right now. That's not appropriate right now because that would be offensive to them.
Sure.
So I have to, and when I was married, my father-in-law was up for the Nobel Prize in physics out of University of Chicago, and was in a concentration camp, but wasn't Jewish. So I've been around a lot of stuff. So I'm thinking like, what do I say? What do I know? Like, how do I handle this? Like, there's this whole, like, we're speaking English, but the interpretation on the other end of speaking cross-culturally is going to mean if you're with the wrong person who's judging you by your skin, we're not on the same emotional, spiritual radio station, so they're carrying something on their shoulder, and they're not wrong to think that, because there's a lot of people that look like us that have been assholes.
Sure.
So I agree with them, and I have to just shut up and, like, mind my own business then. Yeah. But what you're doing with this show and pulling people up, since we have a zip code problem across the U.S., which means schools are funded by property taxes.
Yeah.
So if that's the case in my area, and there's very nice homes on Chicago's North Shore, like, but not everybody here is wealthy. If schools are funding the property, if the zip code is funding the property taxes or whatever, and people are in food, education, transportation, news, and environmental deserts, we're not getting the same news, which is then affecting the vote. It's affecting how we relate to each other. Because if I'm in one of the most diverse places in the nation, how do we shift it to, look, love is the highest currency.
Yeah.
And these other people, they're not going to know words like schadenfreude. They're not going to know misanthrope. You know, they're not going to know solipsistic. And if I start putting that out, I sound like an asshole because they're not, like, I'm up talking them, or I could be up dressing them. You know what I mean? But your manner, I can't say enough. Every time you're consistent. If you get more men in here who are white men, and there's these two guys on here, they're doing a great job. They call themselves MAGA presenting.
Okay.
And they're not that.
Sure.
They're the nicest guys. And one of them, he looks like the A-Team, but is a white guy, like Mr. T.
Yeah.
That was his name, Mr. T, the black guy from the A-Team. I think. He studied English. So you hear this Southern guy who looks like the A-Team, and it's just hysterical. And he's talking about proper manners.
Yeah, I think it's, man, to your point, it's really interesting. Like, I think that, so I'm really proud that biology PhDs are actually like a majority women. So that's really cool. That's actually happening uniquely amongst STEM. It's, the tide is kind of shifting. There still is the lagging behind in like engineering and computer science and that kind of stuff. But biology is majority women PhDs now. And
I love biology.
And I found I didn't choose this, but a lot of my favorite scientists in the world right now are actually women. So like Jennifer Doudna, and I could name off a bunch of people, but it's just Marquita Landry,
I don't know that
Goza
name.
Demier, Tara Dean. There's tons of them that are so good, and they do truly revolutionary science. And I've really tried to think about this, and my current hypothesis is that like in order to be a woman in this institution that is so male dominated, you have to think about alternative approaches all the time, right? How they come at it from a different angle, and that allows them, or maybe it selects for women that are capable of doing that within science. And then now they're applying these, like all these different approaches that are truly revolutionary, and you're like, wow, like how'd you think of that? That is really cool. So, and they rise to the top of their fields.
That's cool.
So it's just they're
Do you know about Dr. Lisa Dyson?
Lisa Dyson? No, I'm not familiar.
So she's a NASA scientist, and I would have thought, had I not been around Clements, who was my father-in-law, the microchip maker, that this was nuts. But some of the people that he worked with were science fiction level scientists. And she has a company called airprotein.com. So through carbon atoms, you can grab food out of the air. So fish, chicken, meat, bread. She's been to the White House. She has a company, if you look it up, airprotein.com. And I'm going to blow your mind maybe a little bit further. You know about Air Protein? There's a company, Aether Diamonds. They can grab diamonds out of the air. So if that's the case, if you can grab hard things out of the air and soft things out of the air, that means we're in Star Trek land. All things are grabbable out of the air. However, with the air protein, you would need a hermetically sealed air, like a controlled environment. And both of these things would require probably, I would think, high speed, high particle physics. You would need, it would be very loud, and it would require a large heat load, which then means all of this, we don't need shipping routes anymore. Yeah. So if you're to hold up the shipping routes in the Middle East, we don't need it because everything's grabbable out of the air.
Yeah, I was looking at the Wikipedia. It's interesting. I have a really another. This isn't Liz Hahn, one of my great friends that I've known for 15 years. She was doing something currently at the Church Lab at Harvard as a postdoc that's doing something very similar, turning like CO2 into food, basically trying to make it so that so it is a really cool thing. I'm a plant biologist, like as a specialty. So I love chloroplasts and photosynthesis, all that kind of stuff, because I love that process. I think it's such a cool thing. And I don't like killing mammals. They might, every day I don't like coming in and just bashing mice to death. But I thank you so much, Brooke. I really appreciate you coming on. It was like,
thank you so much.
15 minutes and we have two other people on the line.
And
if you want to request up and you want to come again, that would be awesome. So
lovely.
I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we got Joker, then Michael, then List. What's up, dude? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man.
Good. Yeah, I support President Trump.
Okay. Nice, dude.
Yeah, this is all just my personal opinion. I have extreme resentment for the political left. Extreme resentment. Because of C-19, the border, the left's obsession with this LGBTQ FU agenda, the left allows riots. I want détente with Russia. I support Israel. Postmodernism, the Frankfurt School, Hollywood, MTV, has made the left crazy.
Yeah, is this the same speech? Are you a soundboard, dude? Like, legitimately,
It's ironic I support Israel, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you said that exact same. I think it's a soundboard, dude. Yeah.
Women.
Yeah, it's a soundboard, guys. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, he's just doing a soundboard thing. I think I should probably just ban him. So anyway, it was the exact same order and the exact same thing as yesterday. So like we just, I think it was a soundboard. So that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay, Michael, and then List. Michael, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing today, Dr. Greg?
Good, man.
Caught your live yesterday, so I got to speak to you as well yesterday.
Nice.
So a couple of things that I wanted to ask you, because I know I caught just little bits and pieces that, sorry, I'm sitting here speaking fast. So I want to try and get in as much as I can.
Yeah, go for it.
That you were, I guess, let go because of the cuts that Trump had implemented. And so I guess where you were working at, you were pretty much government funded in your research and development?
I mean, there's so many science companies that are connected to university funding, and it has a domino effect. And then on top of that, tariffs hit us directly. So,
oh wow, yeah. Okay, yeah, because I was telling you, my wife, when I was married at the time, where she worked at the bar shop here, where I'm located, or where we're here in Texas, they were privately funded. So the bar shop is the last name of the husband and wife, and the wife had passed away early, so he's the one who funded all the research and everything that went into it. So I guess one of my questions is, how they have, and someone actually brought it up in the little chat there, but you have so many people, and I know Ashton Kutcher, there's one area where they're, I guess, in Cupertino there in San Francisco, where there's always those tech startup presentations where anybody can bring anything that that they're trying to get funded. Why not do something like that with with medical research, biotechnology, things like that, that people can invest in? Because a lot of them, there's so many wealthy people that are out there, especially so many millionaires or billionaires and millionaires, high net worth millionaires that they need a tax break or tax cuts to invest in something like that. So, and I know I heard you, I guess, discussing that what you were doing and trying to implement or create new, I guess, different types of things to, that I forgot how you were describing it, but just trying to come up with new, I guess, vaccinations or other types of things.
Yeah, pharmaceutical drugs. It's like trying to make a yeast strain that can make things more cheaply. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, and just like, what's his name? That Martin Skrekel guy who went and bought, that company that was doing the doses of diabetic drugs that were like $16, and when he bought the company, jacked it up to like $700 a vial or whatever. So I mean, I guess it just seems like there would be so much more people that would be interested more on the trying to not really get away from technology, but not everybody can invest or want to invest in the next, who's going to be the next Google, who's going to be the next Microsoft or Apple. I think I'd rather be someone, if I had the money, who's going to be the next person that's going to fund, the next scientist that's going to create something, some kind of cure. It doesn't matter what kind of cure it is. Can you imagine, the common cold? I don't know, who can be out there to, it just, for some reason, it just seems so basic, it's a cold, but, but still everybody seems to get it.
So basically the research starts at the fundamental level at universities, and it takes about 20 to 30 years to really understand a mechanism before it can spin off into a patent. And then once the patent's made, then the company is formed around that intellectual property space. So that's why you don't see kind of like Pfizer or something like going into really deep R&D where they're like, it's just not profitable for 20 or 30 years. So it just doesn't happen. And that's why that basically you see Pfizer and like the GLP-1 agonists, right? It's actually a really good analogy. So, Gila monsters, the lizard, this is one of those things that everyone says, Rand Paul does this every year. He finds like, why are we spending $1 million to figure out how shrimp run? Or, why is Gila monster metabolism? How lizards eat? Why are we spending that money? And it's like, well, yeah, because we found out the Gila monsters have abnormal like metabolisms. So we found out that one of the ways that they regulate that is GLP-1 agonists, which then creates a way that we can actually figure out how this mechanism works, and then that creates these companies. And then now that the company is out there and we know kind of like this mechanism, now all the companies come in and then they tweak it. They add little things in, and substituent groups get made, and like, oh, we can make this a little stronger, or we can make it more specific, or they're basically engineering. So engineering is basically taking a process and honing it, making it better. Science is basically, why is this happening? What's going on here? How do we know that this is happening? And biotechnology companies are not researching science. They're applying engineering methods in order to make a better product. It's just a fundamental difference. There are really similar. So, and you can actually have a bioengineer, which is kind of like technically what I am. So it's like someone that's researching a way to make things more efficient in a strain, so you don't know exactly how to go forward, but you're trying to do it at the same time. Kind of, there's a middle ground, which is kind of fun. But that's why fundamentally governments like invest into these things first, and we just don't know how long it's going to take. That's kind of the sad part too. When we cut all this funding, we don't know how many years or decades we could be talking about. The best guess is this is what happened in photovoltaics when Reagan cut out the entire industry, and it took us about 35 years in order to come back. So I hope that isn't the case. Hopefully maybe a Supreme Court federalist judge can actually agree with federalism for once. I know, guys, it's crazy. Imagine them actually agreeing that federalism is an actual way that the country and the Constitution works, where you have, I know it's weird. So there's like another branch of government other than the executive branch, and that they pass laws and then they have money appropriated. I know it's weird. And someone's actually written this down somewhere. I think it's like called the Constitution or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll find it one of these days, and we'll figure out how this works. And basically, if we fund science and we can get back going, maybe we can start this happening faster than 35 years. I hope so. It's kind of analogous. The best analogy to Trump 1 is when he, stopped climate change research entirely. And then we kind of like still kept going. We had some patchwork of data science, and a lot of scientists just kept doing it anyway. They didn't really care. So it is kind of an unknown space going forward.
But doesn't see, and that sounds great. And as well, I kind of agree with everything there, because it just seems, but I guess in a way, since the government, and I do believe the government should fund a lot of the research, but don't they kind of hinder as well, because they want to have their finger in the whole thing, and to be able not to regulate, but to, I guess, set prices, which are, astronomical at some point, that sometimes for different drugs that should be a lot less expensive. I know it takes,
Yeah, so
hundreds
this
of
is
millions
just
of billions of
different
dollars.
processes. So basically, like the NIH, so the NIH is National Institutes of Health, and they will get a certain amount of money every year, and they'll make things called grants. So grants are pools of money that anyone can bid for, and you're basically begging for that money to take that into universities. So it's a pool of money that they'll say, hey, we're going to fund gene therapy. Okay, so gene therapy research into this cancer. We think that there's a space here that could be really benefited with like some funding. So we're going to put this pool of money in there. Universities will bid for that money with proposals and say, hey, we have a really good program here. We can make really good strides here. Professors are the ones that are doing these individual bids. And at a university, basically every single professor is kind of like a small startup. So they're individually bringing in these sources of income from the federal government. The NIH then pays these professors this money, and then that money is doled out to undergrads or grad students or postdocs, and they buy equipment with that. That's where everything is funded, and that eventually a publication will come out of it. So once the publication comes out of it, then this research group will have a patent, and a patent is owned by the university, but the lead authors will kind of like have control of that, and the PI will be able to spin that company off, and now they have IP in order to find that. You can't have a company without intellectual property, or otherwise there's no way, or you don't have a product to sell, right? Because anyone could just come in and take your product and sell it cheaper. So we protect ideas in the United States with a patent. Once that patent is made into a company, now a company is creating a product that then they sell on the market, and then that's where the price fixing or all that kind of stuff will happen. But that's way down the line, and it's kind of completely different than what's happening right now. What's happening right now is that Trump is stopping the NIH to get that money at the very top of the mountain, man. So all the way down, all the companies that are needed, all the equipment costs, all the people are all being impacted at the very, very, very source. That's kind of the fundamental problem that we're having right now.
Correct. Yeah, and I felt kind of sad there, just the way you're describing everything, especially with Trump, because, I mean, how many decades is he setting everything back? I mean, is it going to be hard to get back all the scientists and everybody? Because I'm sure other countries are out there, swooping in and getting America's best, whether they were immigrant doctors, scientists, and things like that, and they're now going to other countries. It's going to be tough to get them back. And so how many more decades is it going to be to even get back to where we were before he took all the money away? I mean, that's horrible.
That's a great question, man. I mean, basically every scientist, every professor right now they're getting emails from Canada, Europe. They're saying, we'll fund your lab, we'll fund your research. That's what's happening right now. I hope it doesn't. I'm staying here. Like there's no way that anyone can kick me out. I'm not going to lose this. Like, you know what I mean? I can't run from problems. I have to run to them, and I refuse to let this guy win against me. So that is just like fundamental. It's probably a character flaw. I'm just super stubborn. That's people get grit, tenacity, whatever you want to call it. What it actually is, I'm just really stubborn, and I refuse to let these fascists take over. And Dr. T, that's a great point too. I mean, not everyone can leave, and it's like people are stuck here, and but yeah, my wife doesn't want to leave. My kids, we're fundamentally Americans, and like I have to clean up my trash. You know what I mean? We can't. We have to. The United States. That's just not the values of America that have been instilled in me from my grandparents and to me, and you run towards problems, not away from them. And our problem right now is at the top of the United States, and so we have to fundamentally change things in order to do that. And that's why I dusted off my science communication gear. That's all 3 years old, man, and that's why I'm like trying to do this, trying to get this going, or in whatever small way, we can do this. I don't think that I'm naive enough to think that this is going to fundamentally change anything, but hopefully, I love Bernie's words here. It's not any one person, but it's millions of people all coming together and being inspired to actually get involved and to impact the world around us. That's how we actually have real political change. So.
Absolutely. Then just one final point, I guess. It just seems kind of interesting how I guess conservatives really don't believe in science, but yet they want to be the ones that are trying to regulate it and do other things instead of that. And then just one last thing, because it was kind of interesting when you started talking about carbon dating to the young guy, and it's like, well, conservatives don't believe in carbon dating. They think the Earth is only 2,000 years old.
Yeah, he didn't believe in Neanderthals. He's in my comments talking about how Neanderthals are the same species as humans. I mean, it's just you're exactly right. It's fundamentally there would be no radiometric dating that the young Earth creationists would ever accept, because they don't accept it at all. So that's why I try to just ask questions in those scenarios, because ultimately it is like, how did you believe this and why do you believe this? Because I can maybe start a seed that needs to be watered in their brains, that they have to self nurture that seedling, and maybe it'll sprout one day into something that's bigger. But you can't like ever have a conversation. Like an epiphany moment is so rare. It's so rare. But honestly, man, I actually posted the title on my thing is "She Made Me Cry." It's about talking to Peaches and stuff. She's in chat right now. She's as a supercut of like all the feel good moments that we've had and I've had doing this live for like two weeks, and it's been incredible, man. The amount of like people that are genuinely coming on here for a good faith discussion, and that they're actually like, dang, that was a really insightful comment, or that really made me think. And it's incredible. I never thought there would be such an intellectual community on TikTok, of all places. I went to TikTok because that's where other people are. That wasn't where I was, and I was willing to have my mind changed, and I have been. Ever since the start, there has been PhDs, MDs, DOs, like physicians, scientists, everyone kind of like in this chat and in watching. And I don't know how you guys got here. This could be the craziest Chat GPT deep fake of all time, but I swear these people are real. I'm telling you, Michael, I swear that they're and it's been amazing, man. It's been amazing.
Absolutely. And it's enjoyable, from all the other political stuff that's out there with the rant. It doesn't matter if it's on the left or the right. There's just too much ranting and raving, and this is, like everybody says, this is more intellectual, and as well, I hope this is just as therapeutic for you as it is probably for the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, for real, it's like scientists are really far removed from my product helping people. Like I researched algae biofuels in order to create a better fuel that's renewable and sustainable for humans, but never saw that come to fruition, and like hopefully that my work in the future will, someone will take that and run with it and, create that as like their stepping stone, maybe, but I might never have that moment that I see that happen. And it might be after I die, hopefully, maybe. But so it's really cool to actually have direct feedback, and that it actually does really warm my heart that people really do. It's really isolating. Science is a really isolating thing, and you're in a lab, you're by yourself a lot, you're working with small groups, and you feel really disconnected from the fruits of your labor. And here, it's incredible to have people that have such a admiration and respect for science, and it really makes me feel like there is a chance. So, dude, man, Michael, thank you so much for hopping on, man. I really appreciate you.
Absolutely. You have yourself a great night. And as well, are you
Cool.
keeping notes so you can write your own book pretty soon here?
A book? I've thought about that, but it is kind of like, who actually reads books anymore? I don't know, but
I do.
okay.
I want the physical book. I don't like reading it off my, laptop
Gotcha.
or smartphone or whatever. I want a physical book that I can hold in my hands and actually
Interesting.
hold on to and read. Yeah. All
I mean,
right.
that does seem to be like
the
I don't know how, but like there is like a book tour thing that you get to do, so maybe that is my foray into like becoming an actual, like the next Bill Nye the Science Guy kind of like thing. Cause that is the pipe dream that will maybe never come to fruition, is me being like an actual science consultant on talk shows or something like that, where you can have people, so I do that. I'm basically a science consultant for Twitch streamers and YouTubers before, and this is kind of like my foray into my own show. Like this is I was going on to other people's shows before. I didn't really have my own Twitch stream, and now I do have my own live thing. So this is I'm doing this for the first time with you guys, and it's been really fun. So I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Well, you have yourself a good night, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
Take care.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. My F-it lists. Sorry, dude. Thank you for. This might be another troll, guys, but my F-it list. Thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate it.
I'm not a troll.
Okay.
I honestly am just hanging out because I think you're a nice person.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate you.
And as another lab person.
Oh, cool.
Thank you for acknowledging the fact that it is a very lonely existence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just wanted to know, how are you still happy? I love that for you. 100%.
With science or what do you mean?
With science.
Yeah.
Like with watching everything that's happening.
I mean, I'm beaten down, to be honest with you. I am depressed about what's happening right now. My entire company got laid off. We were basically working for a German company that had a San Diego site, and that San Diego site was there for 25 years. And it's like, it's awful. A lot of talking to a lot of those people. I've only been working there for the last year and a half, and so many people that were there and doing good work for a lot of them 10, 15, 20, 25 years. We just celebrated someone's 25th work anniversary. They were there before 9/11. It's just wild. And I genuinely do think that science is the mechanism for generational positive change. I do think that is the best gift that humans have ever created. If there was an alien that came down now and they asked me, like, what do you think, like, what would be the thing you want us to know about humans? I would give them the scientific method, because we are so flawed. Humans are so flawed, but we have created this method, this fact-finding method that is so, maybe the aliens will have their own scientific method, but that would be, I just think it's so amazing and beautiful. And so I hope that we can withstand this, and that we're going to come back stronger, and that there's the pendulum swinging back. I think that he's wrestling with forces that he doesn't understand with now, and like there's going to be a lot of really mad scientists now, like really frustrated, and they're gonna get more involved. I think that they really are, and I think that makes me really, really excited.
I didn't mean to laugh. I was laughing because I agree. Like you're gonna get some really mad scientists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I didn't, no pun intended. I understand. They're mad scientists. They're yeah.
Well,
What's funny? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not a scientist,
Okay.
but I remember two things that are the biggest of my life. One was in my philosophy class. Our final was based on everything that you know about philosophy. Describe the meaning of life.
Oh wow.
And people were writing pages. Well, what I know about philosophy is it's the science of question.
Sure.
And
What
so
is
I
life?
said, what is life?
That's so good. Did you just turn it in just with that?
Dude, I was 8 months pregnant at 15.
Oh man.
I was tired.
Yeah.
It was September. I was over it.
Yeah. Did you
And the
turn it
fact
in?
that yes.
Nice.
And I was the only one that got an A, and he goes, you
Oh,
understand philosophy.
that's beautiful. Yeah, that's cool. No, that's incredible. That's really cool.
The only thing, and here's what I love about science, is that there's all the questions. And so I never get to get bored.
Yeah. So true.
And
I think I feel the same way. It's like there's so much learning to do. It's so much fun. It's so much fun.
yes. And then someone's like, oh, but you don't know. You're right. I don't know.
That's the fun part. That's yeah.
It's
How
all
do
the
we
fun.
like I have a really hard time with science communication. I was thinking about this today. Like I feel like we have to give people a better realization of how strong of a conviction we have in science. It's like because
Sorry, you're breaking up for me.
scientists are gonna the conviction for science is never going to be 100%. Like we never know anything 100% through an experiment, but we know like 100% that vaccines are safe and effective. You know, so we have like this problem with how do we convey this information and this positivity that we know?
And I think that's where my sadness comes from. Because I get asked all the time, what do you mean statistically? There's no definitive. So chances are, like, how much more do I need to break this down for you? Chances are, if you don't take the smallpox vaccine, you probably will get smallpox if you go to certain countries, because those countries did not have the vaccine.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if you think the reason I'm ADHD is because I, at one point in time, was vaccinated, in some countries and in some cultures, having ADHD is revered. It's a different way of looking at things. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Was that Emerson?
Oh, I don't know. That's a cool
I think
quote though.
Emerson said that. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change.
Yeah, man, there's such a wealth. So the buzzword right now in science is like interdisciplinary, you know, which is like the idea is you take two different fields and you kind of like figure out where the middle is, and then that's where you can kind of like find the most benefit. So that, like, for example, my research was in algae and oh, cool. That's sweet. An algae biofuel, well, like algae and nanotechnology. There's like two separate fields, and then you kind of like bring them together, and that's like what I researched. And so, like, taking different ideas and different approaches, and it's actually kind of the way that science is going in the future. Yeah. So having people that are interested in like, hey, what's over here? What's this happening? How's this approach work over here? And linking distinct different ideas together. That's a huge benefit in science.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love interdisciplinary work.
Exactly. Yeah, I do too. I think it's the best. I think it's really interesting.
And I think it's fantastic when you find someone that absolutely knows all the things about some random information and okay, we'll take you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Algae. I would have never thought to myself, hey, I could make a biofuel out of algae. I would
Mm-hmm.
have never thought that.
Yeah,
But
that's
you
what
know that
that's what you have
information.
right now. So like what fossil fuels are is basically 500 million year old algae and plants that have just all the pressure of the earth is just squished it all together, and then we extract all the plant matter and then leave all the triglycerides or the fats there, and that's what we use. I mean, the 85, 87, 89 are actually just how many carbons are in that chain.
So my background, just so you know, is blood bank.
Okay,
I work with all the bloods.
cool.
So the things that you were saying make sense to me, but I have no knowledge of it.
Gotcha. Which do you want me to expand on anything specifically?
Yes,
Or
please.
so basically, algae biofuels can help by, instead of taking carbon from the earth, which is where fossil fuels come from right now, we can take carbon from the air. And that's basically the big thing. We can, instead of taking the old 500 million year old carbon that's in the ground, we can just take it from the air and we can use it. So yeah, it's a really cool process. But thank you for requesting it up. I really appreciate you. Thanks for joining.
Can you send me some information on that?
On algae biofuels?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll put it. Yeah, just request me a DM or something, and I'll send you something. I'll send you some videos.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Cool.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
By the way, love your red poppy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I love wearing boutonnieres because I feel like thank you. Thank you, Liz. I feel like men's fashion is so like solid colors, it's just like all the same color. So I love plants, right? So I love wearing boutonnieres. So my wife actually made me a bunch of boutonnieres. So she like created this one and made it like all she created it custom. So it's really cool. Grace, you're up, and then Susan. Grace, how's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, this is my first time live. Hi,
Cool.
my name is Grace. Nice to meet you, Dr. Greg.
Nice to meet you.
So I kind of just like was doom scrolling as, a millennial do before I go to sleep. I did not even plan on doing this, but I kind of like got hooked on your like introduction screen that you were like a researcher or a scientist that got let go.
Yeah.
Can I ask what that was about before I ask my main question?
Yeah. So,
Like,
I mean,
what did
Trump
you?
is basically illegally holding like $100 billion in science funding. And what's happening is that the universities aren't getting that money. So the contracts that they're fulfilling with private companies are falling through. And a lot of biotechnology companies aren't spending
And you
money
were
in the
in
United States. Yeah,
biotechnology.
I was in a private biotechnology company. It was German, but they had a site in San Diego, and because of the tariffs, we were impacted with that. And then on top of that, like some of our customers were also biotechnology companies, and they're not spending any money in the United States right now because it's just so much economic uncertainty. So it's like a company that had existed for 25 years and 50 people,
Yeah.
and we all lost our jobs, and they shut us down.
Yeah, that's been happening with a lot of my uncles who came here for the American dream from South Sudan. They have like all these PhDs getting laid off, master's degree, made something of themselves, and now
Yeah.
all these things are going on. Um, it's just been interesting being like a first generation American watching things like this happen.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm really asking is like, are you all of a sudden caring because yeah, brain drain. Yeah, they took every smart person from our country after exploited it. Yep, brain drain. But we still go back. We're doing things. But so basically like do you care because it affected your job or did you care before? Like cuz like I've just noticed like and this is not even like a you thing. Like I just think everybody wants to argue right now. But I think that's just my question for you. Did you care until it affected you? And this is just honest, not me wanting to like fight like cuz this seems like a good vibe place.
Oh, I mean, I've been anti-Trump since like the first day. I mean, I volunteered for the Obama campaign, and so I've been pro-science and anti-authoritarian for my entire life. You know, so I actually started paying attention to politics in 1998. I used to read the
2 years
newspaper.
before I was born, baby.
Yeah, I was reading the LA Times every day because my dad said that it was
You do not look that old. That's crazy.
38. Yeah. I was in middle school, and my dad said that it was I couldn't read that this newspaper was at too high of a reading level for me. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to read this every day, you know, just to show
I don't know
you.
what that means. No.
And yeah, I remember specifically because of the what is it? The Clinton thing that the Ken Starr report came out. And they were like, they took my newspaper away, and I was like, "What? I can't read the newspaper today." And he was like, "No, there's like some stuff in there that's not good for you." So I was like, "What?" No,
and I'm just like interested in like what made you, because you are like 38. What made you interested in being in TikTok? Like, I'm just so surprised that a scientist is on TikTok live, willing to debate.
Yeah. Well,
Even though I'm not really debating you, I'm just questioning.
I've always like kind of gone into spaces that I never understood, trying to understand them, you know. So I did it at 2015 when Trump like was. I noticed that this was like looking to be a fascist movement and stuff. I like infiltrated their discords and stuff like that, trying to better understand what's going on there. And then in 2020, when the pandemic happened, I was like actually running like a science channel in the biggest anti-vaxxer Discord, you know, where people could ask me questions. And I think it's
oh gosh, do I only have 20 seconds left? Oh,
no, you're good. You're good. Oh. And I have always kind of like I seek to understand why people are the way they are. You know, I always loved asking questions and discussing things with people on the internet because I grew up in Southern California, and I just felt like,
oh, lucky you, North Dakota here.
Yeah, I felt really like isolated, where I'm kind of like.
Are you serious?
Yeah, where I'm not
and
really.
Southern?
Yeah, where I there's a huge world out there, and I'd never really traveled as a kid, or even still really, you know. So I wanted to talk to people, see what their background was, you know, how their life was going, and so I've always been kind of like talking to people on the internet, you know, obviously through text and stuff before, with forums and debate forums and all that kind of stuff, and then in 2021 I was in my PhD program, you know, and I saw this huge gap in science communication, and I didn't feel like science was really reaching out to people. Yeah, not really like reaching out to people, and I think that like you know, it can be. Science can be perceived as super authoritarian, that you can't be skeptical of science, and that's not how it is. You know, science is actually, the most skeptical people are scientists. That's why we perform so many experiments. That's why we really test things until it's reproducible, and that's not a.
And it's irrefutable.
Yeah, exactly. So I've always kind of had those discussions, and I've had these discussions offline, basically in Discords for, you know, hours and hours.
This is not you just like, this is just you like doing the juiciest thing to catch bait to get people in.
I did it.
What
I did this.
What do you usually debate about? I don't know.
I usually did like, I was basically a science correspondent on Twitch streams in 2021. So I would go on the biggest Republicans and conservative Twitch streams, and where they could like ask me questions about things, or about vaccines or science and that kind of stuff. And then I never really had my own stream. And then basically, it's like a month ago I created this TikTok because I don't know. This just seemed to be where everyone was, so I wanted to involve myself in that conversation again. And I saw everything kind of like really happening, and I felt inspired by someone saying like, everyone needs to do what they can, right now. And I felt like I wasn't, and so I kind of dusted off my science
we like
communication.
TikTok. Yep.
Yeah, and I
It
actually
looks like someone that likes Naruto.
to be honest with you, I don't use TikTok myself, guys. Like, so I'm like new to this. I'm completely
they're trying to get rid
new.
of TikTok because we're finally all talking to each other.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, so I did like a month ago. I started kind of like my account, but then like this stream or this live is really in the last like 2 weeks, and it's been phenomenal. And how people are so
glad
caring.
I landed on it.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I was very skeptical. I mean, I'm obviously gonna look you up on like LinkedIn to make sure you're actually a doctor, because I don't know who the fuck you are. I just came across you, but you seem like a great guy.
Thanks. Yeah, I've if you want to, I all my links and stuff are in my threads. That's kind of like where I put my show notes. So
that's great. No, this was just me being a curious.
No,
Nancy.
it's good. No. That's the first thing that you should ask someone that has a PhD. Like, what's their research? Like, that's like a good question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe I'll come here and debate you time, but I really have real life shit going on, and I have to go to sleep for work tomorrow.
Okay.
But it was nice meeting you guys, and
Yeah.
you guys are all a vibe, because usually usually in TikTok people just want to like debate people and demolish them, but I really want us to all understand each other. But maybe I'm a kumbaya bitch.
No,
but
I'm the same
it's
way.
nice seeing you
all
guys,
good.
and I'll let the next one in.
Awesome. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate you. Awesome.
All right,
bye. Susan. Cool. That's so cool. That's just 1 second. That was just so cool to see someone that's just found our page, guys, that really understands that what we're trying to do here. That's really cool. That trying to be like a vision of what we actually want. It's actually coming through. I think that's really cool. All right, Susan, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So I'm a medical doctor.
Oh, nice. Welcome.
I'm a radiologist. My husband's a surgical oncologist who
Awesome.
it has not recently, but in his start of his career did a lot of research, cancer research at Ohio State, and I'm probably more upset than he is about what's happening. And I don't know if you already touched upon this with RFK defunding the mRNA vaccine research.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and that, we could go back to why he was ever considered appointed with no medical background, like no criteria at all for this job, right? Doesn't have any, and so, okay, it is what it is. He's there now, and now what he's doing after saying he wasn't going to touch vaccines. And I think a lot of people, and I think this TikTok is your TikTok in particular is a good place to educate people, because people don't know a lot. And what is that? What is mRNA? Vaccine. Blah blah blah. They don't need to know like the detail. They don't need to like start a science class here, but they do need to know that not only is this vaccine technology great for infectious disease, but my husband was just saying the progress they've been making with this vaccine against pancreatic cancer, glioblastoma, which is a brain tumor, gastric cancer. I mean, because it's simplistically, if anyone's listening or interested besides Dr. Greg and I, the vaccine kind of makes an antigen which is similar to the cancer cell antigen, and our body, our immune system makes an antibody against the cancer. And people who are failing chemotherapy or can't tolerate chemotherapy, there was just so much progress being made. Anyway, I'm kind of digressing. My point is that these researchers have been in these labs 10, 15, 20 years working on this, and now to be totally cut off, as you were, is so unjust and so unfair, not to just the researchers, the lab assistants, but to society at large. And I just cannot believe this is happening in our country in 2025. I mean, we are regressing scientifically. And I'm just, I'm 64, so I feel like I'm at the end of my career, end of that. But I feel for my family, my kids, if I have grandkids, everyone else in society, we are part of a society, and I just think people need to know what's going on here.
Exactly.
With this MAGA movement, whatever, Make America Healthy Again movement.
Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right, and it's broadly like the keyword is like gene therapy too. So right, it's like a targeted cell by cell approach where we are like introducing specific drugs basically, or treatments to specific cells, and we're figuring out which cell we want to enter and going into it and delivering what we want into them, as opposed to like a more general approach where it's just kind of like all your cells are all kind of like impacted the same. And the mRNA technology just makes and facilitates that a lot easier than other delivery approaches. So I totally agree with you, and it's so frustrating. I think like there are other points in time, like George W. Bush's thing with stem cell research, him blocking that, but he never like defunded all of science. So like that's the thing. It's there, and the problem I feel like is that like there's scientists and physicians were such a small percentage of the people that not a lot of people know us, as a friend or as a colleague or as a family member. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like we have to be more vocal, right? We have to like be talking about this, and
we have to be. Doctor, I have a friend who was a good friend at one time. I'm not as friendly with her now. She voted for Trump, and I said, why? And she said, because she's very well to do, and she's like, oh, taxes, and she didn't like the DEI because her son couldn't get into medical school. Her son couldn't get into medical school because he didn't have the grade. It didn't have anything to do with a black person applying or an Asian person applying. It had to do with the fact that the kid partied his way through school and couldn't get into medical school. That's it. But it's interesting. I bring her up because she's very into health. Like she does a lot of alternative health and is screening all the time and always texting me every other day for medical advice. So every time something comes up with RFK, defunding CDC, defunding NIH, I send her, I don't talk politics to her, but I just send her these articles. And I said, it's a real shame, because your kids, your grandkids are the ones who are going to suffer because of these cuts in funding. We've made such gains in cancer research. And everyone's like, there's no cure for cancer. There are cures for cancer. If you catch it early, you are cured. And again, I just feel like we're regressing back to the 40s, the 50s, and all you amazing researchers who have spent your whole career on this and are now out, doing other things and not doing what you're trained to do or leaving the country. I mean, China, Canada, they're recruiting our best now.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. It's true. Everyone's getting the emails, all my professor friends. Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. There's hundreds of different types of cancers because there's different ways along a pathway in order to regulate a cell. So you can, all those different ways can be mutated in order to make more cells or have cells grow faster. And you're exactly right. There's cures for cancer. I was on a paper in my undergrad. This is like my first experience in science actually, was creating a cell line of algae that created an immunotoxin inside the chloroplast that I purified, and then we killed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1. I mean, it's stage 1, but at the same time that cancer was killed by by something, and that was like a form of gene therapy, or we delivered a protein specifically to those cells. I think I don't understand where the civic pride came from. Like, where did it go? Like, where did the patriotism that we do, like, and fix hard problems? Like, where did that? Because we funded this stuff for 20 years, and then to kill it off and all now, it's just it's anathema, the amount of money that was being wasted.
What is the reason, though? What is the reason behind it? I mean, these politicians, these leaders, they have families and friends who have health issues or whatever, not always health related, but anything. We all benefit from science, right? I don't understand what's behind it. I mean, I know if you look at on the surface, Trump needed RFK, the name, he needed his voters, and put him in, knowing that he was a complete quack. And really totally incompetent. And his own family said, this guy, he has no right being where he is, and he's got this Dr. Oz, this celebrity doctor, as his cohort. But I can't even read this stuff when it comes out, because I just feel so for the scientists and the people that are not going to benefit from all this amazing research. I just don't see. I'm just hoping we can turn things around in 2026, and we can pedal back and get some of our scientists back into the lab doing what they need to do. And I don't want to monopolize your time, but another in the chat, someone mentioned USAID, and USAID, they're predicting, like, I don't know how many children will be dead by 2030 because of our cuts in USAID, malaria nets. We had an anti-malarial vaccine. I think it's actually ready for market. I mean, we are killing so many people globally with these cuts. Why defund CDC and NIH?
I mean, there's 500,000 children that are dying in Sudan. They've already died. 500,000 children have already died in Sudan with $130 million from USAID. So, like, it's just unbelievable the amount of pain and that's going to be inflicted because of this. I mean, unfortunately, obviously, like, Trump is not like the ideological thought leader, so you can't get the answer why this is happening from him. But I do think that the answer relies in, like, JD Vance and Peter Thiel talk about this, and they do think that basically academia is kind of like the deep state, the hive mind deep state, and their whole goal is to basically deconstruct that, because they don't feel, Peter Thiel and these billionaires just basically don't feel that they should have to succumb to this other process that exists. They want just to be able to do what they want. They don't want to have to be constrained by a science and academia, and they feel that they've been stymied, basically. The technology advancement would somehow be better if even more money went to billionaires. They have unlimited money already. I have no idea in what way giving Peter Thiel more billions would do anything. They've contributed zero to society. No tangible benefit has ever come from a billionaire. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. The American Medical Association just put out a report. We're going to be short, by 2034, almost 100,000 physicians because of all that beautiful bill and funding of medical school, and we're going to not only have limited access to care, we're not going to have enough providers. I mean, they're just everywhere you look, in the lab, outside the lab, in clinical practice. We were one of the top countries in the world, and now we're making America less healthy.
Exactly.
And it just saddens me. So I'm really glad I found this. So I'll definitely be popping in.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's so true. Like, we have to tell people. I mean, the whole goal of this was they sowed distrust during the pandemic, And now what they're doing is they're going into these same institutions that they say weren't safe. And for the first time now, these same institutions are now being gutted, and they're producing disinformation from the NIH. They're producing, like, from these actual institutions, you have anti-vaccine propaganda coming from them for the first time. So if you're a physician, like, who do you go for vaccine guidance anymore if they're going to say that these vaccines aren't safe? They're not recommending them already. They've already pulled the recommendations to get COVID booster shots. It's like, it's unbelievable. I don't know. It's just, it's wild.
It's so hard, Dr. Greg, to be a clinician, and I mean, with all the red tape, bureaucracy, and now, with women's health care in jeopardy, doctors are afraid to treat. There are young kids, who have started hormones for gender affirming care that have been cut off. I mean, and this is not, you just don't start a hormone treatment and cut it off. And the doctors they have their hands tied behind their back.
Yeah.
They're making it illegal to provide care. And I think I started in the chat saying, like, what happened to, the Republicans, conservatives being hands off, small government? They are in every aspect of our lives, our healthcare, our research, everything. I mean, it's just mind boggling that people voted for this man and continue to support this administration.
Yeah, my partner is a NICU nurse. So the idea that, like, there's all these people that, I mean, if you're obese, if you have a drug problem, something like that, you do present to the emergency room, pregnant, that you didn't know that was, you wouldn't know that you were pregnant. And, you could have, for example, a baby that was malformed and doesn't have kidneys or something that's not compatible with life. There's no way that this baby would ever be able to be born and live. So what happens is, during that stage is, this happens a lot in the third trimester. You come in with abdominal pain and you've been on drugs, or you're morbidly obese, and there's just, it's malformed. And now you basically have to have an abortion in order to get that out, or you risk, you can have a natural birth, but it's going to be way more dangerous than an abortion. And this is the save the life of the mother scenario, but it's written down medically as an elective abortion, because you can elect to have the more dangerous procedure, but you would never, in that scenario, for a fetus that is not compatible with life, like, why would you risk the life of the mother there? And this is happening so often, and this is that mythical, like, third term abortion thing where, and basically, do we really want to put that person through something where now is that, like, that post birth abortion kind of, like, scenario where it's like, well, now they're having to sign, like, death documents and all that kind of stuff. It's just cruel. I mean, it's just, there's so much cruelty now in these things, and it's really, it's so gross. I hate it. I hate it so much.
And it's not being directed by folks in the medical field. That's the thing. It's these folks, from what I can see. I don't know what doctors are behind this. I personally don't know any, and the AMA has come up against most of these policies, and it's between, as we know, healthcare is between your physician and you. And to have this administration involved in that is beyond the pale and totally unacceptable, and it needs to change, because our healthcare system has been broken for a while, and it's going to be totally broken if we can't change the reverse course on some of these things. But I'm really glad that you have this and I think, going forward, just informing folks, you'll have people that are going to be in total disagreement, but just giving them the facts, like, not anecdotes, but this is what happens when this happens. And people, when it comes to people's health, I'm hoping they'll be more concerned for their health, their family's health, and society's health. Because my mama always said, if you don't have your health, you have nothing. So
true.
yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you
Yeah.
like joining the call and stuff. It's so good to have your voice here. It's really important. So
Yeah,
thank
I'll
you.
hopefully get my husband up because he's a lot more learned in the research field. But
Cool.
thanks
That'd be
again.
awesome. Awesome.
Okay.
Well, cool. Thank you. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Nice, guys. That was so cool. It's so the amount of people in chat that are the amount of physicians and scientists and so it's crazy. Like honestly, from like day one, the amount of like you can see the MDs and their titles and their names. You know, it's just like it's crazy. You know, and you're like, whoa, this is so special. Like, how did it's just so cool. I think Dr. T was right. It's a lot of like shares. It must have been a lot of like personal shares where people are just like really believe in the community and the stream and stuff. And yeah. Well, Ducray, thank you. You know what? Thank you. I'm a microbiologist. I specialize really in molecular biology. That's kind of like where I do my thing. I genetically modify organisms for a living, and so that's kind of like what I do. But I'm trying to think about my future, and since I got laid off, you know, where I want to go, what I want to do. I might get into the IP space, intellectual property, and yeah. What's the motive behind the anti-vax propaganda? I think it's like second order to basically the institutional destruction of science. You know, I do think it's people that are. I mean, this is a conspiracy. I mean, there is data to support this, so it's not 100% a conspiracy. But I do think a lot of the anti-vaccine stuff is from Russian disinformation bots that are pushing this stuff, just like how they push like Bernie and MAGA things to be at the same side on the different side of the streets. And I think that there's a huge problem where these algorithms are being pushed and manipulated by fake accounts. And the FBI has actually recognized this, that the X is infested with bots, and I think that's actually why Elon actually bought Twitter, is because there were so many bots. He thought that was a bad thing, and then he realized that it's, oh my gosh, it's my clone army. I can actually manipulate the entire, you know, the entire media that way. He's really the only billionaire that's really understood that. Let's see, guys. Yeah, I do. I mean, thank you guys. Thank you. I own some Bitcoin, some Ethereum. Thank you guys. I got some BMNR. That's like a Bitcoin miner. I mean, sorry, an Ethereum miner. It's kind of like the MSTR version of Ethereum. I do think it's kind of cool. I mean, I love technology, so I love the aspect of kind of like blockchain technology in general. Chainlink. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was big on during the last altcoin surge. I was big on like Cardano and Solana, but Solana actually is the thing that just launched with Bullish. Bullish is like a institutional exchange, which is kind of cool. So it allows them to get and transact quicker. But I was surprised about that because institutionally, you'd think that they would want something that's super secure, and Solana had that huge problem with the blackout. So I was laid off because Trump cut about $100 billion in funding and into science in the United States, and there's dominoes effects to all these other private companies that are related to that. And we were a German company, so our labor was 30% higher or whatever because of the tariff. And there was just a bunch of other confounding variables that took out a company that was a site in San Diego. It was 50 people, been there for 25 years, contributing to our communities and American jobs, no H-1Bs. It was all Americans, immigrants from other countries that were there legally, citizens. So yeah, it's empty right now, guys. If anyone wants to jump in. How about that? Is this a good spot? What do you guys think? Is this a good spot for it? Let me know. Cool guy, dude, guys, just a little behind the scenes, a little cool thing. We hit 2,000 followers in this stream, which is really cool. I think that's just like so awesome. It's cut off. Okay, a little higher. Boom. I think it's so cool, man. I'm like so blown away. We were like, this time last week, I was like, I think I was like a couple hundred. There we go. Put above my head. Okay, like right here. Huh? Okay. And I think I was like 300. Yeah, all the likes and everything. It's been crazy. It's been really cool. I'm like so blown away. It's been so fun. I grew up in Southern California, and then I went to UC San Diego. Well, then I went to community college in Orange County. And then I went to UC San Diego. Oh, thank you, Susan. And then I went to UC Riverside for my PhD. Do I believe in evolution? Evolution does not care if you believe in it, my friend. It is a natural process. So, no, I don't. I actually brought some cool stuff, actually. So, someone tried to rip these away from me, right? But I wanted to show people. Here we go. Show people. Okay. First up. This is actually to that comment. So, do I believe in evolution? No. I have a degree in evolution. What's up? My undergrad is in ecology, behavior, and evolution. What's that? How wild is that? Boom, it's right there. So if evolution isn't real, what of them? What's that? What's that then? What's that? So that's that. And then this is, Jerry Brown for this. And then this is my PhD. So this is it. So you get Doctorate of Philosophy. And this is the original research point. That's what actually a PhD is, guys. If you didn't know, that is the thing that kind of steps apart. You have to have original research. So a PhD is basically you have contributed to that area of research, and you've contributed a new knowledge base into that field of research. So, and in science, it is UC Riverside. I got it for my PhD from UC Riverside. So that's what a PhD is. And in science, it's kind of like the thing is kind of like how we judge whether or not it's new and novel is publications. So that's usually what's expected. So, that's the thing. That you can get a PhD without publishing, it happens, but usually that's what it is. So basically, I published in the intersection between nanotechnology and algae. So algae was plants. Every cell of an algae is a plant, and basically plants and nanotechnology, land plants and nanotechnology had been explored, but not algae. And basically, I used and applied a lot of the techniques that we used in land plants to algae and delivered DNA to algae chloroplasts for the first time with single-walled carbon nanotubes. So I wrapped the carbon nanotubes with polyethylenamine, and then that allowed it to have an ionic bond with the DNA, because if we didn't have that polyethylenamine, it would actually just covalently bond to the carbon nanotube, and then the DNA. 2023, I graduated. So the polyethylenamine was a huge thing, a coating that it's very necessary. And then assays, we did dye. So it was a dye-based thing. So we put dye-based into the DNA, and then did microscopy to show that the dye and the DNA got into the chloroplast. Yeah, exactly. Without the DNA, exactly, Matt. So the pH change inside of the chloroplast allows that to be sloughed off, and then those get used. Pretty good, huh? Let's see. Does this work? Does this work? Boom. Oh, nice, Dr. T. Really cool. Okay, and then I got this thing. This most people don't have. This isn't something that most people don't have. I will be honest with you. Not in San Diego. I was born and raised in Orange County, and then I spent like 10 years in San Diego, and then moved up to Riverside, and then back down to San Diego now. That's where we're living. This is kind of cool, guys. I'm telling you, this is rare. So this is the Scientific Research Honor Society that I was invited into. Sigma Chi? Sigma Chi? I don't know. But it's cool. It's cool because this is the same Scientific Research Honor Society that Einstein's in. So this is actually kind of wild. So it's like an invite only club. I got it for I was very fortunate, and I got a fellowship for my research. So I got my NSF GRFP. So that's the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship Program. And I got the DoD's National Defense Science and Engineering Graduate Fellowship. So I was fortunate to have both of them. And I had to turn down the NSF GRFP, and I accepted the DoD's, and that's where I did my Army Research Office work, and that was all funded by the DoD. No, I don't have my MD. I have something better. It's a PhD. So I kid my physician friends. I kid. We're all fun. It's all fun. Yes. Dr. T gets it. Yeah, so I got invited to be into that Research Honor Society for having my ND-Seg award. So, yeah. Cool, Matt. Nice. Ooh, animal science is good. That's in like husbandry and stuff like that. That's interesting. Peer up always. I'm curious about you. I'm always curious why people don't just I've thought about putting it in my name or something. I have thought about like changing my name or something. The Dr. Nanotube username is kind of interesting. Hope maybe it's like a conversation starter, but I don't know. I like I was talking to ChatGPT and they were like, debates is an action word. So it was like Dr. Greg live, Dr. Greg talks, Dr. Greg speaks. And I wanted something to like entice people to kind of like join and request and like talk to them. So I'm not, it's not like an aggressive thing, but people kind of like, I don't know. It's a conversation starter. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. Yeah, he did, Bright. He did lay me off. He fired me. Yeah. Oh, you like it, Dr. T? Cool. Thanks for saying that. Oh yeah. So basically how chloroplasts work. So chloroplasts are cyanobacteria that are brought in, kind of like how a nucleus is an endosymbiotic organelle and a mitochondria is an endosymbiotic organelle. The chloroplast is a prokaryotic endosymbiotic organelle. And how it brings the CO2 into the cell is a thing called rubisco. And this is a really interesting point, actually. So rubisco is kind of like the hand that brings in the CO2, but the hand that brings in CO2 is actually very inefficient. It still takes in some O2s. And you need that C. So the C is the important part because that is how the chain starts with the glucose, right? That is how the whole process of photosynthesis works is building on that one C. So if it actually grabs an O2 instead of a CO2, it's a net negative. And the idea is that the rubisco can take some O2s and some CO2s, and you actually want to preferentially put it into CO2s. So one of the biggest things in science right now and in plants and in chloroplast biotechnology is to make a more efficient rubisco. It's something that's been really thought about like for a really long time. And that's actually was the original aim of my dissertation and my thesis. And unfortunately I didn't get there, but because of the pandemic, but hey. Oh, cool. Caroline P. Nice. Yeah. We need people like that. We need people talking about the importance of the environment. Thanks, Matt. Maybe I am. Do you think that your job is being replaced by robots conducting science research? That's a good question. I mean, like basically, there already are robots that can do liquid handling for molecular biology, but doing the whole process, maybe it's a little hard. It's a little bespoke. In the future, maybe, probably. But right now, I think it's one of the safer ones. Misfit 420, you should request up. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I don't know what that is. PvP King. I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna have to like second monitor this. I don't want to I'm very confused. Have you ever heard about the where FNPs stand in the workforce? FNPs, I don't know what FNP means. Family nurse practitioner. Oh, I don't know. That would actually be a question for the physicians. I don't know. I mean, nurse practitioners are just being used more and more. I mean, they are all kind of like connected to an MD. All right. Q won't work. Wait, it's not working, guys? You can't request? You can't request? Oh, there you go. Hey,
Hello.
Democracy. How's it going?
It's going well. It's Ducray.
Ducray. I'm sorry.
It's
Ducray.
okay. I have a friend who actually calls me almost exactly the way you say it as a joke. It's all good.
Okay.
The request does work,
Yeah,
which
cool.
is weird. Anyways, I think you're great and you're
Thank you.
awesome. One little thing.
Mhm.
Carbon dating only dates to 50,000 years ago. After
Hmm.
that, it's other radiometric dating. And
Okay.
I'm just a nerd about it because
Cool.
I study anthropology, and paleoanthropology is one of my interests. So we learn a lot about like the
Oh,
different radiometric datings out there. And some people will get you if you say carbon dating because then they're like, "Ugh," they get all upset and say that it's like fake and that
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of thing.
yeah. Oh, you're
So
talking about the atmospheric carbon example that I was talking about.
yes, were you talking about something different? Because I'm thinking
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
bones, but maybe you were talking about something else, or like not bones, but like
Yeah, that was. I know it's.
organic
I know he was like popcorn.
carbon.
That guy was like popcorning around on like whatever he could find, trying to get squirrel around. It was really frustrating, but I
Was
understand
that
what you.
Garrett?
No, it was some other guy that was. He was like so toxic so quickly. He was just like, "You're the dumbest scientist I've ever talked to." Like, and I was like, "Dude, what in the world?"
Okay.
It was
So
very
is
odd.
organic carbon different than what you were talking about? Because then maybe I'm the one who's wrong.
Hmm. Well, I could have sworn it was like carbon 14 or something. That I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I'm looking at the NOAA's atmospheric carbon dioxide
Oh,
explainer
that's one sec. I'm gonna go look at it.
because I know that it is how we measure like the concentration of the atmospheric carbon and linking it to humans is carbon dating it.
Oh, were you talking? Because you had mentioned carbon dating, but maybe you were meaning like the level of CO2 in the atmosphere and not how we were dating things.
Yeah, it's because the question is like, is the CO2 in the atmosphere, how much of it is from humans? So I think that's like the overall thing.
And then when he was talking about like
Evolution.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, he was some like he was saying that bones weren't real, that fossils basically were like. So I'm like, what? Like we can like, and I should have said, you're right. I should have said radiometric dating, but he was trying to be like so pedantic, and he caught me and I'm like, bro, like you don't even think he was a young earth creationist. So it's like, why would he ever accept radiometric dating? Like, it's just like, give me a break, dude. And he didn't think that he thought Neanderthals were just weird looking humans, that we were actually the same species. I mean, it's just nonsense. Like it was just, so it was, he was all over the place, man. He was trying to get me. That's what happens with a lot of like debates with conspiracy theorists, where they'll just popcorn to anything that they can like really drill you into. And I don't know everything. I like the idea that I don't know physics. I haven't had a physics class since freaking high school, man. I have no idea, man. So the idea that he's like trying to get me on that, which is wild.
I mean, I doubt he knows physics
Exactly.
Either,
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the people that know the least that have the most confidence.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I've been around science TikTok and debate TikTok for the last, I don't know time anymore. It might be a couple of years. It might even be as many as 3 years.
Okay.
And so something they like to do is bring up all these studies about why carbon dating is fake. And so, but now that I'm thinking about the conversation, I think I misunderstood what you were talking about.
I was just trying to say that like fossils existed, and he was like, oh, and so you're right. He was trying to trap me on some type of technicality, you don't understand how this stuff works, and it's that's you're not supposed to have to know everything at the point of instant questioning in order to trust the institution of science to give that right answer. I think that's the biggest thing. And it's the most frustrating part, where it's just if I can't produce this exact factoid, the entire evolution's not real. And you're like, well, okay, but.
Right. And it's a minor thing. And I also think part of the problem is I think people misunderstand science in that it is not that we're saying we have the answer to everything. It's something that helps us discover and understand. So we're not trying to replace anything. We are trying to understand the world around us, which means inherently there are always going to be questions and things that we don't know.
Yeah.
And some people take it, and I think maybe they grew up very religiously in a way where religion is supposed to have an answer for everything, or God is an answer to everything. And so they view science the same way. So if someone's like, why did birds evolve that their tongues go all the way around their skulls? And how did that happen? How would they evolve that way? Why would evolution work that way? And I'm like, I don't know. Have you ever looked into it? And what scientists say about it? That's such a specific thing.
Yeah.
Why would I know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's because it was fitter for whatever it is at that time. Those things, just that everything can be selected for through evolution. Everything. So even the ability to be selected for is something that is selected for through evolution. So there was some fitness advantage down the road that led to that. And but sometimes that road leads to a dead end that then you can't walk back. So that's why these weird anathemas kind of happen sometimes. There's I forget, it was the pharyngeal nerve or something that goes from your Dawkins was talking about this. He has it
in the giraffe.
Yeah, exactly. It's it needs to go a couple inches, but because of evolution, it goes all the way down the cord of the spine and then goes all the way back. So it's doesn't make any sense.
And it wraps around I think a couple of really important veins, or some kind of vessels, that if it gets jerked a certain way, it would sorry, I accidentally turned on my TV. It'll it could kill the giraffe. Which,
it's very weird. So it's so basically carbon-14 is a radioisotope of carbon with a nucleus containing 6 protons, 8 neutrons. And there are 3 naturally occurring isotopes of carbon on Earth: carbon-12, which makes up 99% of all carbon on Earth; carbon-13, which makes up 1%; and carbon-14, which occurs in trace amounts, making up about 1 to 1.5 atoms per 10 to the 12 atoms of carbon in the atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
So it normally would be super rare, I guess, and that's the reason why we can.
Yeah, so radiocarbon dating is carbon-14. And I think So it's like an isotope that is absorbed by living organisms, and then I guess they can date it because once they die, they stop absorbing it, and so then there's like you can by its radioactive decay you can go ahead.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. One of the frequent uses of the technique is to date organic remains from the archaeological sites. Plants fix atmospheric carbon during photosynthesis, so the levels of 14C in plants and animals when they die roughly equals to the levels of 14C in the atmosphere at that time. However, it thereafter decreases exponentially, so the date of death or fixation can be estimated. The initial 14C level for this calculation can either be estimated or else directly compared with the known year-by-year data from tree ring data up to 10,000 years ago, or else from cave deposits back to about 45,000 years before present.
Yeah, and it's pretty robust dating up until then, and then after that it's just like it's decayed so much you get like really wonky numbers back, so they use like other dating methods like argon to argon or argon to potassium, uranium to lead, blah blah blah.
That's cool.
Anyways, sorry, I'm gonna stop
awesome.
nerding out about that, but
No, it's cool. Well, hey, I've got Peaches on the other thing. So thank you so
Okay.
much for coming in. I appreciate you taking some time to go through radiometric dating, and I can learn about it. So that is cool. I'm gonna do some more research on how they know fossils are real, I guess.
yes, do it.
I thought genetics was enough, guys. I thought genetics was
Right.
enough, but apparently not.
It's really interesting stuff, and essentially you can, depending on how recent the fossils are, some bones you can do dating on. A lot of it is like the soil that the fossils are found in. They
Yeah.
will use other organic materials, and that's how they get the dating.
Yeah, awesome.
So,
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good night. Bye. Oh, Peaches, I hit yes, just as you said. You oh, there it is. Peaches, are you there?
Dr. Greg, hi.
Hi. How's it
How are you
going?
doing?
Good.
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm having fun. My
Good.
throat's a little sore, but we're
Oh, I bet.
surviving.
From all the talking. Listen,
Yep.
I just wanted to take a minute. I wanted to say something to you, and it also applies to everybody that's here, in the chat with us and listening. All of those degrees that you held up and you just showed us.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say something. You know
Okay.
what? I'm so angry at anybody that has lost their job because of Trump and how he's destroying this country. But
Yeah.
you know something, Dr. Greg, there's something that Trump can't ever take away from you. He can't take those plaques. He
Yeah.
can't take your mind. He can't take the kind spirit that you have, this incredible talent that maybe you never knew existed, to be able to sit and talk to people on, about the things on such a high level to where someone such as myself can completely understand. And I'm absolutely fascinated. I'm like
Thank
glued
you.
to listening.
Thank
And
you.
so, I don't know where the road is going to go, down the road a little bit for you, but you've got so much going for you.
Thank
And,
you. That's really nice of you.
don't ever lose sight of that.
Mhm.
And for, anybody, and, truth be told, for anybody, anybody that's, I don't have a college degree. Well, I wasn't able to get one either. I got sick. But you know what? Trump doesn't either. I mean,
It's true.
we all know how bad his grades were, how they were changed, et cetera, et cetera. So be proud of your accomplishments. I'm proud of you. I don't even know
Thank you.
you.
Oh, thank
And I'm
you.
extremely proud of you and all that you've done and that all that you're doing. And
Yeah.
I'm so anxious to see where you're going to go, how
Thank
much
you.
further you're going to go. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah.
And to anybody, honestly, please, I know Trump's doing some rotten things. It's affecting me too in
Yeah.
some ways, but he can't break our spirit. He can't take away who we are as people.
I know.
And
What's the thing where it's like, I'm not stuck in here with him. He's stuck in. I'm not stuck in here with him. He's stuck in here with me. So
no, exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. And
It's gonna be worse
yes,
for
and
him.
I'm a carbon copy of you in that I'm a very stubborn person, but a good stubborn. You know, growing up my whole life, I was always very stubborn about, always was asking questions and wanting to know answers and reading medical books when I was in grade school and
That's
things
cool.
like that because I had a question, so I wanted it
Yeah.
answered. And so I still have that trait, but sometimes it doesn't work to your benefit for mine.
Yeah.
My stubbornness. But I just like I said, I hope for anybody out there that's going through, and all of us are to some extent, these hard times with Trump. Don't forget who you are as a person. Don't ever give
Yeah.
that up. And
you.
hold on to it. And all of us, especially you, with all of your accomplishments. I mean, oh my gosh,
Thank you.
you must just look in the mirror every day and just be so proud of yourself and smile. You have to, and for all.
It's wild. I mean, because it's been so long I've been in school, and it's just been one of those things where you just I don't it's just one step at a time, and then looking back,
Right.
it is, yeah, I do get emotional thinking about that guy that got fired at Best Buy and I didn't have any prospects. I dropped out of community college. I had straight Fs. The only thing that I had done after high school was get straight Fs at community college, and it was wild. So
And look where you are now.
I know. Yeah. I always think
Look
about
where you
that.
are now.
If
I
anyone's
mean,
ever, it's a good thought exercise. If you're ever worried or you feel down or you feel like you've plateaued, think about where you were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and think of that person looking at where you are right now. And it is wild to think about. And a lot of it, I mean, I met my wife when we were working at Starbucks together, and I wasn't even working at a lab, and I was just like so determined to show off for her. I was like, I'm gonna be a scientist and I want to do this, and where I was, and we were working together, and we started dating, and they were like, this was 2010, so the economy is very bad, and so we're headed to vacation, Christmas vacation, and they fire her, and because we weren't allowed to take vacation as a Starbucks employee during the winter months. And so then they were like, well, Greg, so I came in next, and they were like, well, Greg, we're going to need you to like pick up some shifts and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, you know what? No, I quit. I'm out of here. So we both quit our jobs same day in a real bad recession, and I was just like, you know what? And it really forced me to kind of like, it was not a good idea. It was, don't do this, but it really forced me. And that's how I found my algae biofuels job, where I was looking at all these jobs, and I was like, I'm going to do it, and I didn't interview that well, like he said, and then basically when it came down to it, the reason why I got this algae biofuels job, which was just like the clean glassware, I was just like a dishwasher, I wasn't doing science at that point. And basically there was 2 weeks, I did the follow-up email, you know what I mean? And then on Friday, I was like, well, just to let you know, like I could start on Monday, whatever. And I didn't hear back. And then it was like a week later on like that Tuesday. And I was like, hey, like, I just to let you know, like, I'm still interested. It's okay. Like whatever happens. It was just a really fun time. And I thank you for interviewing with me. And he said that everyone did the first email back, 5 people did the second email back, but I was the only person that did 3 emails back. So he really thought that I was really tenacious and that I was really going to be, because I wasn't the top choice, but he thought that I was really going to, push for it. And, so that's why I got it. And that changed my life. That getting that one position, it really led me down to the road that I'm at right now. And, yeah, I think about that moment a lot, just trying to, I guess, the stubbornness or the gritty in jujitsu.
Yes,
It gets me into positions where I am like, my arm's going to break off and I just refuse to tap, and everyone's like, wow, you're so strong. Or you're just like, you really like to fight. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I really hate the idea of someone strangling me. So I just keep fighting,
I'd be fighting too.
yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where you can just, it's a healthy outlet for that. And, but yeah, I did jujitsu this morning for the first time in like a week and a half.
You do it every morning?
Normally, yeah. Like 6 a.m. Yeah, 6 a.m. to 7:30 right before work. Yeah. And it's really fun. It's, Monday through Thursday, like 4 days a week. And then, yeah, it's been incredible. Actually, you know what? Peaches, you're so awesome. I want to show you this. So this is my competition gi. So this is the competition gi. So you have to wear one. We have a separate one for practice and stuff, but for competitions, they allow that, you can put patches and stuff on, and
that is so cool.
So I got my first patch on my first competition gi, and it just got back today.
Yay!
So this is it. How sick is that?
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, that is so awesome!
Cool? I love it.
Oh my gosh, thank you for showing me this. Show
cool?
all of us. That is so awesome.
It's sick.
Oh,
I love it. I love the logo. And
so do I.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yes.
It's so clean. I don't do logos like at all on my clothes and everything. So
yeah.
It actually means a lot to like put that on my back and stuff.
Oh,
so.
I love that. Oh, I absolutely love that.
And you know what sucks though? What really makes me the most mad about this all thing? I've been training for the World Championship August 27th for like 6 months. And because it's in Vegas, I don't know, like, I don't know how, I don't know if I can afford to go anymore. So I don't,
oh no.
So I'm like devastated. I am like actually very sad. So I don't know. I'm trying to talk to my wife, like maybe I can like just sleep on a friend's couch in Vegas and just like go for one night. And, but it's been like, yeah, the idea that I could not go to Worlds was so sad, but
you can't, you can't not go. I mean, there are,
I know.
You know how it is. You have to kind of,
I just competed in San Diego and I got second place. I just got this thing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this is my first I got my first win in a competition from this. It was gosh. I've competed 3 times and it's hard to
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Congratulations.
So it was really fun, and I did the San Diego Open as like kind of like a preliminary to try to go to get kind of like a stepping stone to Worlds. And the idea that I couldn't have it. So I'm just a white belt. I've been doing it for a year and a half now, and so it's been really, really fun. So I'm
listen. You cannot. Please listen to me from my heart. You cannot miss this. You cannot miss this. Okay, yeah. I will guarantee you. I'll start it. I'll start it, and I don't have anything. I'll start. Okay, if we pulled all these people in here together that would love to donate, give them something. Give them $10. Give them something.
You're too kind.
No, listen to me. It's the truth. You know, if we all pull together, you have to make this happen. You cannot miss this.
Yeah, there's
I
a
know you're going through
$150 entry
this.
fee that I already paid,
Okay.
Jen. Yeah, I already paid it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, man.
So you're just looking at expenses, like,
Yeah.
place to sleep, food, right?
Yeah.
And for how many days? How many days would you be there?
I would just be there for one. I mean, that's the thing. I could drive there and drive back. So yeah, I'd have to see like logistics. We were going to do like a family vacation, and because it's like that weekend has like a bunch of jujitsu stuff going on. Basically, it's kind of like the weekend of the year for jujitsu. And so my wife was going to come, and we were going to bring the kids, and it was because they all do jujitsu too. We all do it. So
you have to go. You all have to go. Make it a family thing, and you cannot miss this. So, can I start a GoFundMe for you? Can you start? No, listen, seriously. Can you start with like maybe a Cash App or a Venmo or a Zelle or something? I will start it off. I will start it off. You cannot miss this, please. This is you have to.
so kind.
No, you have to. There's just certain things I know. It's hard right now with you having lost your job, but you're not looking at spending, $5,000-$10,000 here.
Yeah, it would be like
You're looking at a small amount of money, and again, look, people are even saying, "See, I would donate, right?" I'm not the only one, Doc. So please, can we make this happen?
It's not ADCC, it's IBJJF. So, but yeah, it's IBJJF and Novice International. I don't know how I would put that in my bio. Oh my gosh, you guys are so kind. I don't know. I have to do the figure out. Okay.
You could do like a PayPal. When it comes to stuff on the internet, trust me, you're asking the wrong person.
Yeah,
When it comes to that, I wish I could help you tremendously with that. But please figure it out. And
Okay.
you know what? We will all help you. And again, you know what, everyone? It doesn't have to be a lot. You know what? Give up your Starbucks for a day. It's not going to kill you.
Yeah.
Just even a couple bucks here, I'll start it off. And Doc, I don't have anything. I live off a Social Security check. That's it. But you know what? I will start with $10.
Oh,
That's
thank
my
you.
pledge.
That's so
That's
nice
my
of you.
pledge. So who wants to meet me?
Okay.
Who wants to? Okay.
All
So,
right.
can
Okay.
you
You know what?
please-
I'll do it. Okay. So I'll meet you here tomorrow. Okay. I'll
Please,
do another
yes.
live tomorrow, and
Yes.
I'll do a budget, and we'll figure out how much it is.
Okay, perfect.
And then I promise you, you're so nice. Thank you, Peaches. You're incredible. You remind me so much of my mom, and it's like your spirit and your genuine nature, and it's so nice to talk to you. And you're such a big member of this community already, and I'm so happy that you're here.
And I can't tell you enough, Dr. Greg, how happy I am that I found your page. I've always been this science/medical nerd my whole life. So when you're talking and you're having conversations with other people, I am just absolutely like, you could hear a pin drop near me. I don't want the dog to sneeze next to me. It's like,
Yeah.
it's fascinating.
Peaches, I put out a video, a TikTok edit today that
You did?
that's for you. That was, well, not for you, but that you inspired me. I put out like one a week ago that was like basically the biggest video that I had done, but it was people crashing out at me, that were just like, they were just calling me stupid and stuff. But I don't want like my whole page to be toxic and kind of like, it's kind of like a, but they're being mean to me kind of thing is just kind of weird. But then, so I wanted to like do something different. And so I made an edit of like all the people that were saying really nice things about the stream and about the community and stuff. So I put you in there, and you're a big part of it. So yeah, it's pinned on my page. So you can, and the titles, she made me cry. So that
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
So it was, so you'll see it there.
And
but, yeah.
I read these comments as they're scrolling through, believe me.
Mm-hmm.
And, not all of them are nice. And, if I had a block button or just an eject button
Yeah.
would be, but, believe me, I'd be pressing it on my end. But
Yeah.
you know what? Don't let those people get to you.
Oh, no. We have to,
And the
yeah.
level of their comments, honestly, some of them are just, I don't want to say laughable because they're
Yeah.
not. They're just, they're cruel, but
Oh, yeah.
we all
It's
know where that
nothing.
cruelty comes from.
Yeah. It's honestly, guys, it actually helps. I mean, one, it helps like TikTok to have like people spamming and watching the hate watchers, and add them spamming chat is still good for the algorithm. So there's that. And then on two, it honestly, like a lot of those people, they are ingesting science content, and if they're hate watching, they're seeing us, how we deal with these people, and and hopefully if
Yes.
they have a question,
Yes.
they know where to go. They have a science question, they know where to come to, and kill them with kindness. Don't even
Exactly.
pay no mind.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
I know. Unfortunately, it's my belief, okay? But
yeah.
Trump and his cruelty and his administration's cruelty and etc. has brought out the bad in so many people because they feel that they've gotten the green light to do so now
Exactly.
because of the way he is, and all the more reason to ignore it.
Dude, Craig, I totally agree with you. And you know what? I've honestly, because the community here is so good, I like actually see this is Rocky's back again. The guy loves it. He loves it here. He's here the entire time. Rocky's like our number one fan. He's constantly talking and watching. So thanks for being here, Rocky. So and so guys, for real, I think I'm changing my stance like on the Discord. I do think that it would be great to like open it up. I don't know how, if you guys can see it now. I'm trying to put it on my page, but I have to like convert to a business account or something in order to have it. So I do want to have I'm going to be opening up the Discord because everyone's so nice and kind, and I think that it would be a good resource for people outside of the stream and stuff. Even if I'm doing this every night, so hopefully maybe you guys can jump in there and
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree with you, Craig.
Now I have to ask you. I turned on the notifications, but half the time TikTok's notifications don't work. And so, just generally speaking, what time do you normally, or do you have a set time or so that you tend to come on?
Yeah, I mean, so my kids go to bed at 8, and then I try to like walk the dogs and get everything all ready, and then like be live at like 9. I like preferably like not going like past midnight, which it's like it's like midnight 30 right now, so it's like,
I gotta let you go so you can get some
no,
sleep.
it's okay, but at the same time, like tomorrow is fine. It's honestly like, the thing is I would normally be getting up at 4:30 in order to do jujitsu, but because I got laid off, now I'm like, I can do the 9 a.m. class. So,
well,
Dr.
one
T,
little
yeah.
bonus, huh?
Yeah, it's honestly that's just the thing, is that like I have to there's really no way for me to go earlier than that. I feel so bad. If you guys did want to watch, I do put all of my live streams up on my YouTube. So if you wanted to pause, or if you wanted to, and honestly, if like just for mental health breaks, like just pause the stream, do something else, like that's totally good. Like please. But I put, the chat is on the screen, so it gets gets exported to YouTube and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. So in my profile, my profile, the links on my YouTube, it should be there.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I could use the Discord links and stuff there. Good idea, Dr. T. Yeah. I might as well do a business account thing. I don't know. Like I don't do the meme sounds that everyone does. That's how they like you pop off. So, oh cool. Dr. T wants to get on. Sweet. All right, Peaches.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
I'm going to run,
okay.
and I will see you tomorrow night. And
Yeah.
again, everybody,
We'll see. We'll
I've
talk
seen
tomorrow.
some.
Okay.
No,
Well, I'll get the
we'll
link tree.
yes, please do.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you tomorrow. See you
All right.
tomorrow night.
See ya.
Have a good one, Doc. Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
Dr. T, how's it
Hello.
going?
How's it going?
Good.
How are you tonight?
Good. It's a great
Sorry.
night.
Yeah, it's been a good live so far. No, I was gonna say I don't think you have to convert to a business account to put links.
Okay.
I actually, if you go to your profile and edit, and then there's like a links option, is where you can put like your link tree.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But you could also just put them on your Discord, or since you do have your YT linked, you could have them over on your YT and like have people go that route too. But
yeah, interesting. Yeah, this edit profile. Okay, yeah, it's weird. I think I have to do it on my phone. I can like add more links on my phone than I can through my browser.
Yeah, this app definitely is better through a mobile interface.
Because then it gives me like Instagram, it gives me YouTube, and it gives me Figtree, but it doesn't allow me to do anything else.
It's so hard for me to tell if things are based on certain follower accounts.
Maybe that's
or not. But
yeah, links. Yeah, YouTube, Instagram. Oh, website.
yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, weird. Okay, maybe we unlocked it because of the 2,000 followers thing, because that's so wild. Okay, sick.
So just get a link tree, and you could put all of your website links in the link tree, and then you just put your link tree link there. I can't talk tonight.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so let's see. We have the link tree for let me take a note. So you guys need to do the fundraiser. You guys are so cool. Fundraiser, Discord. I wonder if the Discord link, would that be good for the
So if you put it in the link tree, TikTok has a glitch. Just tell people that they need to open it in a browser.
Okay.
Like if you get some kind of message, it's like the link is expired, and it's not. Just tell them they have to open it in the browser. Yeah, there's just a weird glitch. I run into that all the time.
Okay, I'll put my publications in there, I guess. Oh yeah, my threads for the show notes. Okay,
Sorry,
cool.
That was easier than me typing it.
Yeah. No, thanks for jumping on. What was your dissertation on for computer science?
So my area of focus is in embedded systems, and ultimately I was working in ultra low power and energy harvesting sensors and systems. So developing custom sensors and tools to help developers in that area also kind of understand what was going to happen with their devices when they were deployed in the wild. So I was looking for more sustainable and resilient systems, and we looked at security there at the tail end of mine. But yeah, that was... It's all, batteries are bad is kind of the TLDR.
Interesting. Dang, that's so impressive. Dude, it blows me away with academia that like there's entire fields of study that you don't even know about, and then you realize that someone has like dedicated their entire life to studying it, and you're like, that is so cool. That is so amazing to me.
I think that's kind of, we back and forth yesterday on some of that, where it was just like, I'm almost afraid to even say I know things. At times, it's like I think I know this.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. That's so cool. Well, I computer science is such a hard topic for me to kind of like get into, because I want to do like data science, and I've used it kind of like Python for my figures and stuff like that, and doing some like general data analysis and stuff. But I feel like it's kind of like the first level, of it, like actually like using like data science is so I don't know. There's so much more to it.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of people that even use like R and things like that, like when they go further past like just Python. But I think all of it's like exploring, and just what's hard and cool about computer science is that there's so many journeys and paths you can take with it, because it it really is kind of an interdisciplinary field. It's like, how can I put this here? How can I put that there? And I don't know. I think what was cool when I first started grad school was because of that, I ran into a lot of people whose traditional undergraduate path didn't necessarily start in computer science. And so you had a lot of, I think there was a lot less like, we've always done it this way mentality in certain aspects, like, because you just had interesting ideas. Now you still have people that don't want to budge on a thing, but like you do everywhere. No, but I kind of had an interesting trajectory, because my initial area of focus was in biometrics. So I was looking more at like, identifier kind of marks, and I had the wonderful opportunity to have an advisor like leave and go to another institution. And I was a single mom when I first started. So we were talking about different paths, y'all. I was a pregnant teen. Like, I was a pregnant teen in high school. Like, it doesn't stop you to go achieve something that you really want to go and like go after.
Wow, impressive. That's incredible.
So I try to talk about some of that, even in my own space, so I can, also stress to people that, like comments that are made. So I appreciate that you pick up on some of my comments, but I do say things like, not everybody can leave. Like, I certainly did have an advisor leave and welcome me to follow them to another institution, but my support structure was not at another institution. And like, you don't know what, different baggage people have, or different reasons why they choose institutions that they do, or things like that. So yeah, anyway, so everybody's path is unique. And that's important to remember,
dude,
too.
especially at grad school, it's so cool. Like, everyone's the background, how you got there, why you're there, can be like so different. And I think grad school is just like such a fun thing. I was organizing the graduate student like parents little group and stuff, trying to get resources to people at the and the same thing. It's so cool. It's just like that little community of people coming together, and it's like we've different backgrounds, different areas, different languages, but we're here now and we're supporting each other, kind of thing. It's so fun.
Yeah, I think that, like, you were talking all the different areas of science, like even within my own graduate school department, like you at some point kind of get into a place where I basically just saw me and my desk for a couple of years. Like, I had no idea what other labs were even doing within my own like area. You kind of get siloed a little bit, especially as you try to finish. But I think that's one of different philosophies on school and whatnot, since you've been talking about it all night. I really think that that's kind of the coolest thing about having the opportunity, if you have access to attend an institution, is because of the people that you meet. It's one of the few places that I think you truly get kind of a mix of people from all different backgrounds. And so I wish more people would just understand that when they think people are being indoctrinated, it's more that they're meeting people from other places, and they're being humanized in a way. Like, it's not just your church or the cookie cutter thing that you've been exposed to in your town. And I wrote it in the comments earlier, I was like, I can't even get them to read a syllabus, and you think I'm changing their whole like personality? No, it's they've made friends, or they've met people and they've had discussions, and it's a beautiful thing to have your ideas challenged by your peers in your own age group. That's a very different perspective than even somebody that's a bit older, like asking you to think about a thing. So
it's a beautiful way to put it. That is so true. Yeah. And it's like, you get shown that like the diversity of thought is so important. Like you can create a way to look at a problem from all these different angles, and you can solve it different ways, and you have that discussion about how to solve that, and then there's another one that can come through that you never even thought about, and it's like, oh wow, I'm so happy that we had all these other people coming through. It's just yeah, it is so cool when academia actually like works and it jives, and there is something like sincerely special about it.
There is, especially when it's like, yeah, there's problems with every system. There's, all sorts of things. That's one of the times when we're talking about education, I do try to separate out, like, are we talking K through 12 problems, or are we talking like higher ed problems? Because they come in different forms.
Exactly.
But they're not the same problem. But overall, I do think that it's truly a unique place where people get to meet people from all different backgrounds, walks of life, whether or not that, sometimes they're meeting non-traditional students for the first time, or it's more people their age but different places. And I mean, it's people are trying to figure out how to adult, and it is a very special privilege to be part of their journeys at different times through that, and kind of see people grow.
Yeah. So how did COVID like impact your research? You said you graduated 2013, right?
Yeah. So I kind of had, like I said, had an interesting journey. I had an advisor leave. I went and taught. I taught professionally after my master's. I was
Oh wow.
I did an undergrad, and then, well, I did two, and went to graduate school, and I was just going to do the PhD, and my institution had the option for like a master's en route that, like, once you just finish the requirements. I was like, oh, okay, well, it was a safety net, which helped out when my one advisor left, and I was able to pick up a full-time teaching gig as an instructor, and did that for 4 years while I searched for another advisor. And once I found another advisor, that's when I decided to get remarried and have a kid and do all the things. And I was what was it? I quit my teaching gig, joined my new lab, and we were working on a paper that was doing occupancy detection. We had some smart building sensors for occupancy detection. And we were gearing up for an in the wild study the April everything shut down. And so COVID impacted us because people weren't utilizing office spaces in a consistent, meaningful way. So it pushed it out several years before we could get that one done. Yeah. That one really, like, well, and then I had two kids, because I had a kid that was in high school at the time, and then, like, my daughter was 2, she's 7 now. So just being a parent during grad school, like, the grad school program is not built for parents. That
So
you are
true.
like instantly non-traditional just for that. And then when it came to COVID and you had kids, and it was really, really hard to get research done at all, just because I was home. My partner is a chemical engineer, so he was needs based at a plant, so it became my responsibility to kind of help out. And he was helping when he could, but you kind of need uninterrupted time to do research, and kids just don't fit in that equation sometimes.
It's so true. Or having them, or being pregnant. If you're the birthing parent, like, how are you going to do your research? And that's obviously not going to be, write a literature review while you're breastfeeding. Like, it's like, you know what I mean? It's insane. I don't know. I mean, for me, I didn't take any paternity leave on any of my 3 kids that I had during grad school. And I felt so bad, honestly, because it was just, I felt like this was the institutional rot that does create that gap, right? And I felt bad, but it's like I didn't have any other choice. My professor was just like, well, I mean, you're in on Monday, right? Where it's just like I had a child like on Saturday, and I was back in the lab on Monday. So like,
Well, I had the issue where it was another project I was working on doing eating detection, and developing a sensor for that. And it was one of the first papers that I was trying to work on when I got to my new lab, right? Just like getting up to speed and everything. Then I had my daughter, and one of the main things, like when we look at differences and parents, and especially like the person giving birth, and not to separate entirely, but like that conference is going whether or not I'm working on that paper. And it puts you in a situation as a PhD student that, like, great if you have access to maternity leave, but I don't graduate if I don't publish.
Exactly.
And I don't, and I'm not going to work part way on here and then have the chance that my name gets removed off of it. So yeah, no, I was breastfeeding, designing a board, and like trying to like, and I'm sorry, my counterparts did not have to have that experience.
Yeah,
And like,
exactly.
it is what it is. It's just, it's a thing to like at least vocalize and acknowledge that, like, that's why sometimes you do see discrepancies with different populations in these programs, because it is like a prime age group where
Exactly.
people have children. Yeah.
Exactly. 30s. Yeah. If you're, that's like where a lot of people, especially like people that have prioritized education and stuff, that's where you're going. I had a lot of people in my PhD lab that were postponing kids after their 30s. I'm like, I don't know if that's like, I don't know, but you're biologically, that's not the safest move, but I feel like professionally they're being pushed into those unsafe years because of that, which is awful. Like that's so sad.
It's hard. And especially, there's always something else. Like, for a little while, it's like, I've got to finish and I've got to get the PhD. And like now I had people and, friends that had a similar thing where it's like, I'll wait till I get done. And then you go get a teaching gig and it's like, well, I'll wait till after tenure. Like, and like, it just pushes you out and pushes you out. So no, it's just a challenge to just be aware of anybody's thinking about it. It's not that you can't do it with kids. It's just,
yeah, exactly.
You just have to navigate a thing. That's all. And I think the biggest thing is to recognize that the worst thing you can do in like a grad program is try to measure your success by comparing yourself to others in your program.
Yeah, don't do
not
that.
do that.
That's so bad.
Yeah, I mean, you are not a worse student because yours took longer. Different people have different paths. Again, kids prolong things, or some people, you just get a good cycle of reviewers compared to other people, and different, it just happens. And I think the best thing is just to realize that everybody has their own unique set of cards that they were dealt, and you've got to play with the hand you have. Yeah. Like, you can shoulda, coulda, woulda all day, but all that's going to do is cause you to delay it even further because you're comparing yourself against something that shouldn't even be happening.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, the stress.
I didn't mean to take over.
No,
I didn't just come up and help.
not at all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate like the opportunity to talk to you, and thank you for being in chat and your contributions. And genuinely, thank you.
No, awesome. And I, like I said, I shared with a bunch. We used to have a pretty solid like science community over on on this app when I was running my last set of experiments for my chapter in my dissertation. And so there were several people here that kind of saw me go through and defend, which was kind of cool. So Ducre and Jorge that was in the chat earlier.
Oh, awesome.
Jorge's he's a PhD in physics and does lives. But he actually drove over for my defense. So that was kind of a
that's so cool.
cycle from TikTok, which was fun. But
that's
got
so
some
cool.
good people in there. So anyway, I'll just let you guys have a great evening. It was awesome chatting with you.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Talk to you soon. Yeah. So like, honestly, it's crazy. One of my best friends that I had from my grad school was the guy that I was doing science communication with. Like we became such good friends, and I still talk to him. What is it, like 5 years later? And I was there virtually at his defense. I like, feedback both ways, talking, sometimes late nights at the lab calling one another, just being like, what's up? Or, he's trying to get a job. I'm trying to help him. And it's just, it's cool how the internet can connect people, and yeah, it is just really, really awesome. It's really cool. All right, Hisoka, you're the last one. Hello.
What up, dude? I'd like a quick question.
Sure.
Do you think like in the US drugs should be legal?
I'm honestly I think that it should be a lot more hands off. I think that there should be, probably where we're going is you're going to probably have like an AI assistant where you can kind of like, you figure stuff out and ask questions with, and kind of like, have some type of interaction there. But in general, yeah, I think that we are way too cautious on what we allow to be legal.
I mean, yeah, I think like crime would also drop if they were.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it. I'm just like joining random lives.
Okay. All right. Cool, man.
All right. Later.
See ya. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to call it there. It's just been another awesome one. I got to get up early to take the kids to school. And thank you so much for joining. That was a really fun discussion. You guys are so funny and awesome. And I love the, you guys wanting to do a GoFundMe to get me to Worlds. That means a lot to me. So I think that's really cool. Yeah, that is really, really cool. So let's do this again tomorrow, 9:00 PST. And thank you. Thank you for everyone. Thank you. We got so many likes and shares. It's crazy. We passed 2,000 followers today. Like last week, I think I had like 300. This time I had like 300 followers. So I'm blown away. It's been so cool. And I love that everyone gets it, man. I feel like people are really understanding what we're trying to do here. And people are really, as they say, vibing with our stuff. And even the new people, you can tell that they come in and they get it, and isn't it crazy? The toxic people don't last. They do not last. They always seem to, they bow out, and we kill them with kindness. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. PST. I did put a super edit of all the cool feel-good moments. I pinned it to my profile if you wanted to check it out. It's a cool one. It's like all the breakthrough moments that I've had in doing these lives. And it's been really cool. Just been really cool. And I wanted to, after that toxic crash out stuff 2 weeks ago, I wanted to do something that was fun. And I also have, oh yeah, Dr. T, dude, seriously, thank you so much. Anytime, like for real. I would love to learn more about how you detect the different parts, and how is the sensor in the science behind it detecting more, because it seems like they're getting better and better. The technology must be getting better, but then the research behind it to run that is interesting too. So I'd love to learn more. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you tomorrow. We'll do it. Okay. I feel bad. Well, okay. Oh, let's see. We'll do let's do this real quick. Let's do the Discord. While it's all in. I'll do it right now. Just to make sure you guys can get it. Okay. Boom. So I want to call the group that is, because I feel like we make things happen, guys. This community, we're making things happen. And so I got a good science name for it. Catalysts, the Catalyst Network. So we can encourage each other to be productive and positive and make a difference being catalysts. So that's the thing. All right, I'm making an invite. Let's see. I'm making it right now. Sorry, guys. This isn't boom, boom. I'll just put it into my profile. This is really good. Yeah, my website link wasn't here before. Okay. All right, let's try that. Okay. Sick. I think I did it. Check my profile, guys. Check my profile. Yeah, I just want to open it up to everyone. It might be a moderation headache in the future, but you know what? Nothing's happened so far, and I just want to foster this community as much as I can, and I think it'd be awesome. So let's try for it. Let's try for it. I see the link. Sweet. Can you click it? Are you having the problem with that Dr. T was talking about? Whoa. No way. Oh, that's so cool. Works for you. Awesome. Let's do it. Welcome to the Discord, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So happy. And it should sync with your thing that you are here. So I don't know. I think if you sync with the TikTok, you should be able to the profile, you should be able to sync like your subscriber or your follower or whatever it is. It should give you a special permissions. And I don't have anything set up just yet, but just like different cool, nice. Yeah, it's just different colors right now, but there's nothing in. But if you guys wanted to do like submit ideas for topics or videos or anything like that, my goal right now, kind of like what I'm thinking about for my channel, what I'm thinking about is like have like one paper review a week and then have like one kind of like talking head editorial. So I'll have that. So one the sheep. I did the editorial about the RFK React and stuff. So I did an editorial there and then one on the paper. So I want to do that. And then the third kind of just being like a supercut idea. And then those three just kind of like have them rotating as pins on my profile and then release those like those chops or those highlights, stream highlights whenever I can. I actually run everything. So I downloaded the subtitles with the timestamps from ChatGPT, from YouTube. And then I feed it into ChatGPT and I ask for like the most viral 60-second to 1 to 2 minute clips. And it gives me timestamps that then I edit out and I upload. So that's kind of like, that's my workflow right now. And it's super quick. I don't have to manually go in and chop it up. And it's nice. It's really quick. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate you. So that's my workflow. That's what I'm having fun doing. It's a lot easier than what I was doing before. And I feel like I can maintain that. But I need to, because putting out content every day, I can't spend too much time editing. I have to be, it has to be less than like 10 minutes a day. So join the Discord, guys. Let's keep having the fun. I appreciate you guys. It really is, man. I'm doing YouTube videos and doing the thumbnails and the editing. It was such a slog. I don't know why, but TikTok is just so much more seamless. I have way more time. Like, I love talking to people. I love discussing things. I love looking over science stuff. And I feel like I actually get to do that on TikTok, for real. Like, YouTube seems more arduous. It seems more like hard to get going. The YouTube, I still have videos that I've released 5 years ago that have not gotten a single view. So it's like, it's crazy. But then I put out a bunch of edits on TikTok, and I'll schedule them out, once a week. I'll just do a bunch of them, put them all scheduled out, and then put out like 2 or 3 edits a day. And it's super easy. It's super, super easy, especially ChatGPT being my editor. So otherwise, guys, the AI, sorry, this is like the post stream chill session at the end, but the I'm going to make your TikTok shorts for you kind of stuff is like, guys, it's like $50-$60 a month. It's insane. Like, there's no way oh, nice. It's so expensive, and you're uploading, and basically the lives that I do, like 3 or 4 hours, it's impossible. They limit it to like 5 hours a month. So there's like no way that I could even use it. So I have to use ChatGPT. But yeah. So is that TikTok AI? No, so basically there is like Opus Clip AI and all these other things that you pay monthly for. And then the idea is that you put your long form content in, and it will make the actual cuts in order to make the clips like automatically. But what are they doing? They're generating subtitles, and then they're analyzing the subtitles for like virality. So maybe like keywords per minute or something like that, and then cutting it and then making the thing. But you got to think, like, they're uploading video, it has to be 1080p at least. So that's like a lot of space. That's a lot of bandwidth. And then, for me, I'm just doing subtitles. So just boom, subtitles right into ChatGPT 5. And yeah, it's been nice. And it gives me YouTube chapter marks and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I love talking shop after the stream with you guys. It's been fun. But all right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it tomorrow, same time. Thank you so much for the support and wanting to like see my jujitsu stuff, even though I don't even talk about jujitsu here. I don't even talk about it. You guys are still, I will, if you guys, okay, I promise though, if this does happen and you guys do the fundraiser stuff, maybe I can do like a personal TikTok thing. I've been doing those, by the way, on my Instagram. That's kind of like where my family stuff is. I was thinking about keeping my Instagram more private, but if you guys do you guys want like my Instagram? Should I do my Instagram too? It's fun. I mean, I'm okay with you guys following me and stuff. It's just like okay, that's what I was thinking too. Because I do like my jujitsu and my everything there. And then this is kind of like my science communication thing. Okay. All right. I'm with you there. That makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And I'm worried about like the conspiracy people and I mean, especially with my stuff with the QAnon thing. Exactly, Dr. T. Yeah. Like I agree. Yeah. I don't show my kids' faces on my social media anyway. I feel like it's a consent problem where they haven't really consented to me posting them entirely. And I don't know. I'm weird like that. I don't want to use my kids so her actually coming on to stream and stuff and doing that thing today was a little weird for me, to be honest with you. But the thing is that kids, because of where media is, they watch, like, even on YouTube Kids and even on Disney Plus, they have like streamer stuff, like gamer streamer things, where in the corner there's like the guy that's like, oh, thank you. They're in the box and they're like, playing a game or something and they're commentating. So they know what that's like. So I feel like it's weird. They're kids, but they like that form of media. So I think they would be okay with it in the future. Yeah, it's Dr. T. Exactly. I agree, Peaches. Okay. I agree. Yeah, the kids should be private. I totally agree. It was so it feels exploitative, and then also like a consent thing, because what if they want to change, who they are, and they need to define who they are. I'm not the one that gets to decide that. They should be able to kind of not have this trail that they didn't consent to have there. And now for my own purpose, have put them out there. I just don't think that that's fair. So I know it's weird. I know it's weird, but I was actually inspired by like Adam Savage, who his kids, he calls them Thing 1 and Thing 2. He doesn't even say their names. He doesn't even talk about them at all. Gets like just completely separates him, Adam Savage, as the celebrity, from his kids. And I think that's really noble. But at the same time, it is tough because like I am a dad to 4 amazing kids, and they are such a big part of my life that I am almost like proud of that. I am proud of them, but I don't need to exploit them without their consent in order to be proud, if that makes sense. Modern living, man. Modern living, modern parenting. What does it mean? What does it mean? What are we doing here? Yeah. Social family, Adam. Yeah, it's Instagram is kind of like the default, like sharing pictures and stuff. And I'm going to start just, if I did open it up to Instagram, like I would keep my jujitsu stuff on there, and people could follow me from the jujitsu stuff, but then have like a private, close friends only, like actual like friends and family part where I'm just putting that out. And that is true too. I have had harassment like in my life already. So like inviting that to Instagram. But honestly, dude, if these kids want to freaking know that I do jujitsu, I'm down. Anyone wants to come and spar, I love it. I'm down. I would love to. That's the thing about jujitsu. It's fun to roll with new people. So I think it disarms them very quickly. That's what I've heard. That's the thing. When they actually realize that I actually do jujitsu, because these are all the guys that follow Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? Joe Rogan is like this demigod to them. And they're like, oh, damn, you actually do jujitsu. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay. I'm not trying to fight the haters. I would love to. It's a form to connect with them, like genuinely. If they like to do jujitsu, that it's like a fun thing to do with one another. So I'm not trying to hurt them. That's the thing. Jiu-jitsu is all about consent too. You can't, you know, but I will say, guys, I'll let it out right now. I will let it out right now. I am telling you guys, Mark Zuckerberg started jiu-jitsu at the same time as me. We're the same age, pretty much. He's a little younger. I could take him. So I have basically training right now for my Zuckerberg versus Dr. Greg match, show match, celebrity match. And I'm going to take him down. So he doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it yet, but I would love to. Okay. Yeah. Dr. T and I gotta go too. So let's do it. If this thing blows up enough, maybe we can get Zuckerberg to jiu-jitsu. That would be nice. All right. Let's do it tomorrow, guys. Have fun. All right. I'll see you guys. Thanks again. Bye.